Line break. It was the hottest time of the year for the land of fire. For most who grow up in this country, the summer sun was a minor issue as there was plenty of shade. But this year was unique. The summer had arrived early and with it brought a near constant haze. Most days were near 90 degrees, and for the children of the academy, that meant training outside was a pain. Ugh, you said we'd be training inside today, eh? Naruto complained out loud. Why can't we do this inside? It's hot. Yeah, at least line us up under the shade. Kiba complained aloud, a chorus of complaints and agreements sounding out among the rest of the students. Naruto's impatience sparked a chorus of groans from the overheated students. For Mizuki, covering for Irika while the Chunin was away, their collective whining got on his last nerve. Silence, Mizuki shouted, using his clipboard as a fan. Your whining only makes this harder for all of us. Sakura raised her hand, and Mizuki grit his teeth. Lower your hand, Sakura. But Dash, lower it. She did so with a sulky frown. Now listen, the indoor dojo is being used by your junior class for their taijutsu grading, Mizuki announced. I don't like it either, but there's nothing I can do. Now line up. The day will get easier after this. Boys over here and girls over there, please. The kids shuffled forward with the enthusiasm of prisoners marching to their cells. Naruto's bottom lip jutted out in a pout as he nudged Kiba. This sucks more than ramen without pork, he muttered, loud enough for half the class to hear. Kiba snorted, rolling his eyes so hard his dog tilted its head in confusion. Seriously? Ramen again? That's the most pathetic comparison I've ever heard. You can't go 5 minutes without mentioning those noodles, can you? Naruto's face flushed with indignation. Hey, ramen's the best food in the world. It's a perfect comparison. At least I don't smell like wet dog after training. Kiba whirled on the boy. What did you just dash? Silence. Mizuki snapped, clipboard smacking against his palm. The longer you all complain, the longer we're out here melting. Back up some, please. Mizuki's voice strained as he gestured. Perfect, right there. The boys formed one line, sweat already beading on their foreheads, while the girls stood behind them in a second line. Sakura fanned herself with her hand, glaring at Ino, who seemed mysteriously unaffected by the heat. Just as the misery reached its peak, a voice called out, "Don't all die of heat stroke before I get there." Koga, another instructor, approached, carrying a large insulated cooler filled with ice-cold water bottles. Thought you might need these, he said, setting it down with a thud. Irika would have my hide if I let his students faint on my watch. The class perked up instantly, but Mizuki held up a hand. Nobody touches those water bottles until you've completed today's exercise. A collective sigh rippled through the students, their shoulders slumping in unison. Mizuki caught Koga's eye, a wry grin playing on his lips. This was going to be interesting. Listen up, Mizuki said. Like Irika announced yesterday, this is a practical assessment of everything you've learned over the past 3 months. We want to see if you can actually apply those lessons when it matters. He paused, letting his words sink in. Your last test involved sparring with myself and Irika. Today, we're raising the stakes. You'll be sparring against each other, showing us how well you've taken to our lessons. A murmur of interest replaced the earlier complaints. The boys shifted from foot to foot, some cracking their knuckles, while the girls straightened up, their expressions varying from nervous excitement to determined focus. Oh yeah, finally a chance to show off. Naruto cheered with a grin. Important rules for this exercise, Mizuki continued, holding up a finger. This is strictly taijutsu, no dirty tricks. This is all about applying the fundamentals. Mizuki's gaze landed on Sasuke instantly. To start us off, we need someone who's shown exceptional promise. Sasuke Uchiha, front and center. Sasuke stepped forward, his dark eyes betraying nothing as the class watched with rapt attention. Since you've demonstrated solid fundamentals in our previous sessions, Mizuki said, you'll be setting the standard today. Your opponent. Mizuki stopped speaking to scan the class as Sasuke walked into the ring and found his intended target, secretly grateful that Irika was out sick today. Before Mizuki could announce his choice, a hand shot up from the sea of students. Pick me. I'll take on Sasuke. Naruto yelled, jumping up and down. Smo, Mizuki sensei. Shut up, Naruto, Kiba muttered, elbowing him in the ribs. You're gonna get us all extra laps. Mizuki's eyes gleamed with hidden glee. Eager little brat. I was gonna call you up anyway. Naruto Uzumaki, front and center. The blond boy's face lit up as he rushed forward, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste. All right, get ready, Sasuke. I'm going to show everyone you're not so special. Sasuke scoffed, his arms crossed as Naruto slid into position opposite him. The class erupted in a mix of reactions. Sakura leaned forward with eager anticipation of Naruto's inevitable defeat, while Ino giggled beside her. This is going to be hilarious, Ino whispered. Hinata, watching from beside Ino, sighed softly. There's no point to this, she murmured to herself. Naruto doesn't even have the skill for there to be any meaningful demonstration. Across the field, Shikamaru's expression also soured as he watched the matchup. What a pain. Why couldn't he just keep quiet? Choji simply leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the center of the makeshift arena, his bag of chips momentarily forgotten in his hand. Okay, now remember, no ninjutsu. And when I say stop, you stop. Understood, Mizuki said, clipboard raised like a referee's flag. Both boys nodded and glared at one another, Naruto with exaggerated bravado and Sasuke with indifference. Mizuki looked between them one last time before he brought his arm down. Begin. Naruto wasted no time, darting toward the raven head and cocking his fist back. Here I come, Sasuke. Sasuke sidestepped the clumsy punch effortlessly, Naruto stumbling past him from the force of his own momentum, before the blonde tried to catch Sasuke with a backhand that was caught. Naruto yelped when his arm was twisted, and a split second later, Sasuke's foot connected with the blonde's rear, sending him face first into the dirt unceremoniously. Immediately, the class erupted in laughter. Naruto popped back up, wiping the dirt from his face with a furious growl. You'll pay for that, Sasuke. Get serious, dead last, Sasuke retorted, dropping into a proper stance. Naruto charged again, this time with a wild series of punches that Sasuke swatted away with a grin, and with a shift in his footing that thwarted Naruto's clumsy stance. A backhand to the blonde's cheek sent him on his side, unable to catch himself. Naruto huffed and rolled, trying to play it off quickly, only for Sasuke to already be in front of him. Naruto gasped and stumbled back, fumbling for balance as Sasuke stood there with a grin. The class was in full blast at this point, their laughter a chorus of schadenfreude. "You're all talk, Uzumaki," Sasuke taunted, tapping his foot. Naruto growled and picked himself up. "Why you dash? I'll show you." The blonde was on his feet and charging again, and he went for a charge kick. Sasuke quickly spun on his foot and slammed his heel against Naruto's face, the blonde's own kick passing harmlessly over the Uchiha's head as he was sent flying onto his back again. Naruto landed hard, the wind knocked from his lungs. For a moment, he lay there, the world spinning. He could hear the laughter, feel the heat of the sun bearing down on him, and taste the dirt and blood in his mouth. But beneath it all, a familiar heat was building in his gut, the heat of frustration and embarrassment at being underestimated. He tried to sit up, but a wheeze came out, and Koga was at his side. "Oh shoot, you okay?" Koga asked, helping the blonde to sit up. "I'm fine." Naruto choked out, teary-eyed. Before the boy could continue, he felt blood running down his nose. Koga winced. "Oh, he did run into that kick, didn't he?" The instructor forced Naruto to his feet, brushing the boy's clothes off. "Take it slow, Uzumaki. You're done for the day." "Huh?" Naruto snapped. "I'm just getting started." Mizuki, who had already declared Sasuke the winner, walked over, the sound of laughter and mockery in the background. "You okay, Naruto?" Mizuki asked with a concerned look. "I'm fine. Just let me grab a water." The boy snapped, hiding his tears of frustration. He couldn't even look at the class. He couldn't bear it. That was humiliating. He could feel the throb in his nose and face getting worse by the second. "Hey, Uzumaki, I expected you to at least last longer than a minute with all the tough guy talk you gave, huh?" laughed Kiba. Naruto grimaced. Shut up. I was just going easy on him," he yelled back, waving his fist, which only made the kids laugh even more. Mizuki watched the scene and shook his head. "Take him to the school nurse. He's not all right." Koga nodded, looking back as the girls chanted Sasuke's name and the boys tried to see what was going on with Naruto, whether to mock or for concern. "I'll take care of it." Line break. 3 hours later, Naruto stepped out of the doors of the academy, the sunlight momentarily blinding as he made his way out. A white bandage covered his nose now, already showing faint pink spots where blood had seeped through. A humiliating badge of honor for his efforts. Around him, a tide of students rushed toward waiting parents, their excited making his stomach clench. Naruto's shoulders hunched as he brushed past a group of mothers who pulled their children closer, their eyes narrowing with that familiar coldness he'd grown used to. Near the gates, a flash of pink hair caught his eye. Sakura stood animatedly beside her parents, her hands flying as she recounted the day's events. And then Sasuke, just bam, sent Naruto flying. It was so cool. Sakura cheered, her mother laughing at her remarks. The way Sakura's eyes lit up when she said Sasuke made something twist painfully in Naruto's chest. He turned away abruptly, his pace quickening as he merged into the flow of foot traffic toward the market district. If I'd just been faster, he berated himself, fingers picking at the edge of his bandage. If I'd aimed better instead of charging like an idiot, I could have done a spin move, or a chop, or something. Ugh, why did I even challenge him? The scent of grilled fish and sweet rice cakes hit him, the smell coming from the nearby food stalls. These were smells that usually made his mouth water, but now they just turned his stomach. Naruto stopped beside a weapon shop where younger kids pressed their faces against the glass, pointing at kunai and shuriken. In his mind, the scene replayed over and over again until it became such a pain that he imagined different outcomes to cope. Ones where he moved with impossible speed, his punches connecting with satisfying thuds, Sasuke tripping over his feet, eating dirt, and Naruto's foot on his back as the class cheered. Sakura would chant his name at his arm, and Iruka would call him his number one student. Yeah, right. Naruto scoffed at himself, the boy turning the corner and walking down the path leading to Ichiraku's. Line break. Yikes. Aya murmured as she served the boy a bowl of ramen. Sounds like it was a close fight. Why, yeah, it was. But you should see the other guy, Naruto said, waving his hand nonchalantly. He just caught me off guard, that's all. But as soon as I was back on my feet, I floored him with one punch. No, one kick. Actually, it was both. Tucci watched in the background as Iam laughed at Naruto's retelling of his day. He knew the kid was making it all up. It was a way to put up a brave front. He's seen it before. Well, I suppose the first few will be on the house today. Poor kid, the owner thought, smiling. So, then I told him he's not so tough. Is that all you got? I asked, and he was like, but, and then he ran away crying. Naruto bragged, slurping a noodle dramatically. Wow, Naruto, you're so brave. I am gushed, playing along. Naruto nodded his head. You bet. I'm going to be the strongest ninja in the whole village one day. Then I won't have to deal with bullies like Sasuke anymore. Naruto's chopsticks clinked against the bowl as he slurped another mouthful of noodles, the broth warming his throat. He forced a grin as steam clouded his face, but his shoulders slouched lower with each bite. Line break. Line break. Naruto's hideout. 1 hour later. By the time the sky had dimmed to a soft lavender, Naruto had trudged up the familiar, worn path to the cliffside hideout. The door, once again, groaned in protest as he pushed it open. The dusty, wood smoke-scented air inside was a strange comfort, a place where the village's stairs couldn't reach him. The room was empty, save for a futon, a small table, and the flickering candle he'd lit earlier. His home. It was a small cabin with a bathroom that doesn't work at all. A table, a chair, and some shelves here and there. The reality of it was, he didn't want to go back to the orphanage. They didn't care to look for him, let alone try to convince him to return. But that's because he always does anyway. He has no food or water here, and sleeping here is rough in comparison. Regardless, he doesn't want to see them. Not tonight. He sighed heavily, the sound swallowed by the room's stillness. His reflection in the dusty window was a stranger with a bruised face and a white bandage, a constant reminder of his failure. He traced the outline of the bandage with a finger, the fabric rough against his skin. "Ow, stupid Sasuke, this stupid thing hurts so much," he muttered to himself, wincing as he accidentally nudged the tender bridge of his nose. "How am I supposed to eat ramen properly like this?" "How'd you get it?" Hiruzen's voice asked from the corner. Naruto let out a shriek, stumbling and tripping over his own feet at the sudden sound, falling flat on his back. He scrambled to his feet, his heart hammering against his ribs. Then he glared. "Ugh, what the heck, old man? Why'd you do that?" he snapped. Hiruzen was sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, a book in hand. He seemed relaxed. "I thought you'd seen me. Your eyes ghosted past me," Hiruzen pointed out. "Your day must have been long to have not noticed me sitting here." Naruto's glare softened, replaced by a sullen frown. "What are you doing here?" "The matron has been sending complaints, Dash." "Ah, never mind." Naruto cut off, throwing his hands in the air. "Tell her to screw off. She always plays favorites with everyone else. I'm not going back." Hiruzen closed the book and set it down on the table beside him. "I'm not sending you back." Naruto, who was on his way to his futon, froze. He slowly turned his head. "Why you're not?" "Of course not. Have you not been paying attention to the calendar?" Hiruzen asked. "Oh crap. You're right. I totally forgot. You were serious?" Naruto asked, rushing over and getting in Hiruzen's face now. Hiruzen grabbed a hold of the boy's shoulders to keep him from bear hugging him. Yes, yes. Calm down, Naruto. I meant what I said. You're getting your own place away from the orphanage." "Yes," Naruto yelled, bouncing around the room in joy. Hiruzen watched the blonde do clumsy cartwheels and punch the air, a small smile gracing his lips. That seems to have brightened his spirits some. Hiruzen stood up and motioned the boy out the door. "Kulme, you won't be staying here tonight." "It's ready already?" Naruto asked, following the Sandame out. "Of course. I wouldn't place you just anywhere," Hiruzen said, closing the door behind them. "Do you have any belongings you need to grab, Dash?" "No. Let's go," Naruto yelled, marching away. "Naruto, you're going the wrong way," Hiruzen pointed out. "Oh, all right. Lead the way." Line break. Hiruzen set the pace going forward, taking the park pathway that led away from the Hokage monument. Naruto's frustration from earlier that day seemed to melt away with each step, his eyes wide as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. They moved past families heading home and couples strolling under the dimming sky. The path led them from a more modest district Naruto knew, up a gradual incline where the air grew cooler and the houses became grander. Here, in the shadow of the monument where the faces of Hokage past watched over the village, lay the more luxurious side of Konoha. "This way," Hiruzen gestured, leading Naruto down a side street where the houses were well kept and spacious, with manicured gardens and traditional design elements. The apartment building stood in stark contrast to the surrounding structures, modern, functional, and clearly maintained with care. Its location was strategic, close enough to the academy that Naruto wouldn't be late for morning training, yet far enough from the more judgmental eyes of the village to offer some peace. But the decision had not been without complications. As they approached the building, Hiruzen's mind drifted back to the heated objections from the merchant clan that controlled these properties. The clan's representatives had cornered him after hours. Placing the QB child in our premium property will drive away potential tenants. It sets a dangerous precedent and devalues our holdings. He brings no value to our district, only trouble. The memory left a sour taste in Hiruzen's mouth as he glanced down at Naruto, whose excitement was now palpable. The boy was pointing at the distant Hyuga compound, marveling at how large it was, even from here. For all the irritation and political maneuvering this decision had cost him, seeing Naruto's genuine joy, something so rare for the boy, made it worthwhile. The clan would adjust, as they always did when the Hokage's was clear. They walked into the lobby of the Nerima Heights apartment building, and the woman behind the desk rose respectfully upon seeing Hiruzen. She composed herself before bowing. Hokage-sama, a pleasure to see you. I assume you're here for the apartment? Hiruzen nodded his head, a small smile on his face. Yes, I am. I'm showing young Naruto here where he'll be staying. The woman glanced at the boy in surprise before recognition dawned in her eyes. Of course, she maintained a professional demeanor with the Hokage present. Of course. Will you require any assistance settling in? None at all. We'll manage just fine, the old man said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. She nodded, retrieving a key from a locked cabinet and handing it to the Hokage with both hands. Very well, Hokage-sama. The apartment is ready as requested. With a final respectful bow, she watched as they walked up the stairs, a concerned expression on her features as she watched them ascend. Naruto marveled at everything as Hiruzen walked behind, ensuring the boy didn't run into anyone. He was clearly thrilled about moving into his new home. This is so cool. I didn't think you were serious, Naruto said as he skipped ahead. Slow down, boy, and try not to be loud. You have neighbors, Hiruzen pointed out as the boy turned down the wrong corner for the second time now. Hiruzen could only sigh through his smile. Wrong way, Naruto. Ah, right. Naruto yelped down the left hall, his form blurring past the intersection as Hiruzen slowly caught up to make his turn. They reached the proper room, and Naruto's smile grew even wider as Hiruzen worked the key. When the door opened, the two were greeted with a nice living room with a terrace, a kitchen with a small laundry section, a hall that probably led to a bathroom and a bedroom. Plus, there was an extra room to do with as he pleased. The terrace faced the sun, which had already set, casting a dim glow over the room. Naruto rushed in and felt around for the light switch. After a moment, he found it. Light filled the space, and Naruto marveled at how different it was from the orphanage. It was clean and well kept, with a faint citrus scent. It was furnished, too. Before Hiruzen could say a word, Naruto shot off, exploring every room while Hiruzen heard him exclaim, I get my own room now. This is awesome. Or, the water in the bathroom actually works. And it's hot. He bounded past a low wooden table and two matching chairs. In the living area, a sofa covered in neutral fabric sat opposite a simple stand, both pieces new and untouched. Naruto's fingers brushed against the cool, smooth grain of the table as he passed, his bare feet silent on the polished wooden floors. The kitchen's got everything, he called out, opening cupboards to reveal matching dishes and basic cooking utensils stacked neatly inside. A small refrigerator hummed softly in the corner. He rushed past it into the hall, his footsteps echoing slightly. And here's the bedroom. A bed with a simple wooden frame dominated the space, covered with a soft blue blanket. A small nightstand stood beside it with an empty lamp, its cord neatly coiled. Naruto bounced on the edge of the mattress, testing its give with a wide grin. This is way better than the futon at the hideout. Hiruzen followed at a more measured pace, watching as Naruto discovered a small desk tucked into one corner of the bedroom, its surface empty and waiting for use. The boy ran his hands along the smooth wood before dashing to the bathroom, where the sight of a functioning shower and clean towels hanging on racks elicited another excited yell. By the time Hiruzen reached the extra room at the end of the hall, Naruto was already spinning in circles with his arms outstretched. And I can turn this into a dojo or a training room. I can put scrolls on the walls and... Hiruzen drowned out the boys cheering, looking out the window and doing a more thorough inspection. The place is as I left it, but even still, he needs to keep up with it all. It's expensive for a genin's pay as well. So even when he graduates, he'll need some help unless I... The old man's thoughts trailed off to a rather forbidden subject, one that made him scowl. No, I'll deal with that angle later. Soon. He waved his hand as Naruto was still pacing the room, giggling at something. Hey, get used to the place and try to get some rest. I'll be back to show you how to take care of yourself and the place properly. Did you eat today? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I had ramen. Hiruzen resisted the urge to deflate at that. It's all he ever eats. He won't grow if he keeps it up. Hiruzen sighed and ushered him to follow. Come here. Naruto blinked and followed the old man into the kitchen area. You've got a stove and an oven that work. It won't be this week, but I'll come over and show you how to prepare a basic meal. There's a safety manual here as well. Read it when you get the chance, Hiruzen said, opening a drawer and handing it to the boy. Naruto grabbed it and opened it, deflating immediately. There's no pictures, and the words are too small. Hiruzen sighed. Never mind that. Another thing, I'll be taking care of your bills. The water and the lights are on me, as well as the air conditioning and other matters. You will be given a monthly allowance that will take care of food and other needs. You'll need to develop a sense of responsibility if you'll be living here alone. Cleaning up after yourself is important and dash. Hiruzen droned on and on and on for what felt like an eternity for Naruto. Some of it was sticking, but a lot was going over his head. And lastly, you obviously need clothes. I know you said you didn't need anything back from the orphanage, but clothes is important. Oh, all right. Hee hee. Naruto scratched the back of his head bashfully. I forgot about that. Hiruzen stared at the boy for a moment before ruffling his hair. You'll need a haircut soon as well, he murmured. Naruto gave the old man a questioning look. But I like my hair long. You don't take care of it, Naruto, the Hokage deadpanned. The boy's face soured. It's not like it's a mess. It's dirty and unkempt. You can't have that when you're a ninja. It's an easy way for an enemy to grab you, Hiruzen explained, holding up a few strands of Naruto's hair for emphasis. Take a bath tonight, too. I can literally see the dirt on your face. Naruto's face turned red. Ashi, it's just from the academy. The old man sighed. I'll be back tomorrow to help you settle in some more, okay? Naruto nodded and embraced the old man. Thank you. I mean it. Hiruzen held the boy gently, patting the boy's head. Of course. I have to go now. I've been absent for too long. Oh, right, Naruto murmured, wiping his eyes. As much as he felt bad for leaving the blonde, even emotional as he is now, he's done more than enough for the boy this day. The rest can wait. He patted the boy on his shoulder once more before heading out the door. And take your neighbors into consideration. Don't be too loud, or you'll get an earful from them. With that, he shut the door, leaving Naruto in the apartment. Line break. The Hokage Tower. 1 hour later. The heavy oak door groaned in protest as Hiruzen stepped into his office, and the familiar scent of old paper and pipe tobacco hit him. A single lamp cast long shadows across the room, illuminating the mountain of paperwork that had, of course, multiplied in his absence. Welcome back, Hokage-sama, came the soft voice of his assistant as she placed a small stack on a separate desk. These just came in from a mission allocation department. Hiruzen's shoulders slumped as he circled the desk, his fingers tracing the edge of a thick envelope. The relief from seeing Naruto's genuine joy had barely settled in his bones before the weight of the village settled back in. He picked up a document, and his eyes immediately narrowed at the familiar insignia of Sunagekyu's usual clients. Another batch of land of wind requests, he murmured, more to himself than to her. We've exceeded their agreed quota twice over this month. I already agreed not to take any more after Suna lodged their complaints. Why am I still receiving these? Ayaka straightened a pile of scrolls and turned to face him. The request came from a prioritized channel, it seems. Hiruzen's fingers tightened on the paper, crumpling its edge. What channel? I'm not certain, sir, the woman said. It will be somewhere in this pile here. The old Hokage's patience thinned like worn parchment. He slumped onto his desk and let out a sigh, staring at the ceiling to try to decompress. Thank you, Ayaka-san. Of course, Hokage-sama. As soon as the door clicked shut behind her, Hiruzen took another breath before diving into the pile, his fingers flying through pages until he found what he sought. A missive from the fire capital. His eyes scanned the document, and with each line, his jaw tightened. The capital had devised yet another one of their schemes to exploit Wind Country's resources. This was an intricate web of trade and mission agreements that would funnel wealth away from Suna while strengthening Fire's influence. It was clever, legal, and utterly transparent. Bastards, he growled, tossing the paper onto the growing mountain. The night was going to be long. Line break. 2 hours later. Even with time on his hands, the pile of documents had barely diminished. Hiruzen's hand moved quickly and robotically across the paperwork, approving minor requests from Wind Country clients with a swift stamp of his seal and declining others with a decisive scrawl. It was as he'd finished with the last of the requests and was organizing another stack the department's review that he detected his student's arrival. The window again, Jiraiya? Hiruzen said aloud, not bothering to look up from his work. For once, just use the door. The white sage landed with unnecessary softness, his silhouette briefly blocking the moonlight from Hiruzen's desk. I have no reason to. You replaced the front desk lady with an old hag. Hiruzen resisted the urge to grimace as Jiraiya approached. The sage placed a rolled scroll in front of the old man, stopping him from writing. News from Kiri. The situation has officially escalated to civil war. As expected, Hiruzen murmured, setting the document aside. And Kyumo took their shot at backing the rebels, Jiraiya confirmed, leaning against the bookshelf. And thanks to a discreet intervention on the part of yours truly, the rebels refused them. Kyumo won't be gaining their hands on more Kekkei Genkai users anytime soon. Hiruzen nodded slowly, the lines around his eyes deepening. Oh, good. Very good. That's one thing we don't have to concern ourselves with. Now we wait until Kiri reaches out. Alrighty then. I'm gonna head out and get settled in for a bit, Jiraiya said, stretching. I deserve a bit of a vacation after such hard work, if I do say so myself. I'm proud of your work, are you? Hiruzen muttered, taking the scroll and reading through it. Jiraiya grinned, exploring the room a bit. Should not. You aren't even going to ask, are you? Hiruzen said slowly as his eyes scanned the scroll set before him. Jiraiya paused for a moment before turning away from the Hokage portraits. What do you mean? Hiruzen scowled. The boy Jiraiya. Jiraiya grit his teeth and turned back toward the portraits, which only scorned him further, as the angle of a serious Minato made the young man look as though he were casting a glare down on him. Jiraiya sucked at his tongue and turned away from all the judging eyes of the Kage, dead or alive, and moved toward the cabinet, taking out a volume of his Eki novel and waving it in the air. Latest draft. I'm setting it down here if you want to look before I dash. I've given him his own apartment, Hiruzen said, cutting him off while still reading. You what? Jiraiya exclaimed, shooting up. He's 7. He needed proper living conditions, Hiruzen said, rolling more of the scroll out and squinting his eyes. Where is he staying? Jiraiya asked. Narima Heights. It's paid off. That's expensive real estate for a child, Jiraiya said with a sigh. He's got to still be something of a handful. So surely dash. Jiraiya, take a seat over here, Hiruzen ordered. Jiraiya's posture stiffened slightly. He knew this tone well. I can't, old man. Gotta get back to dash. Taking a vacation? Then you've got time. Sit, Hiruzen ordered once more. His voice carried the weight of authority he rarely used with his former student. When Jiraiya hesitated, the Hokage's eyes narrowed. That wasn't a request, Jiraiya. Jiraiya clenched and released his fists repeatedly. Reluctantly, Jiraiya sank into the chair opposite the desk, his usual attempt at playful demeanor evaporating under Hiruzen's gaze. I've been thinking, Hiruzen began, the elder setting the scroll aside, about Naruto, about our failure with him. Hokage-sama. Let me finish. Hiruzen cut him off sharply. I've been watching the boy for some time. His first year in the academy was a disaster, and this second year is no different. The boy is barely trying the academy now. He's isolated from his peers and has no sense of identity even outside of school. If you've read my letters, you understand the rest. This isn't turning out well. Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak again, but Hiruzen held up his hand. And with every day we delay, Danzo gains more ammunition. Soon enough, he'll give the council a convincing reason to weaponize Naruto if we continue to sit on the fence. The old Hokage leaned forward, his eyes locking with Jiraiya's. I made my decision. And what is that? Jiraiya asked. What do you think? Hiruzen responded, leaning forward. He is too important. I won't see yet another opportunity wasted due to inaction. Not with him. What's brought this on suddenly? Jiraiya asked, standing up. I know what you're hinting at, and I can't do that. Not now. Naruto won't leave my thoughts, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said, his voice low but intense as he rose from his chair. Every night, I close my eyes. I see the consequences of my inaction. I hear Minato's voice asking why I'm letting his son's potential wither away. Jiraiya flinched, his eyes instinctively drawn to the portrait of the fourth Hokage. Guilt, he thought, that's all this is. No, it's not just guilt, Hiruzen countered, circling his desk until he stood directly before Jiraiya. It's conviction. Look at what Minato accomplished in such a short time. He was meant to lead this village into an era of prosperity. Naruto carries that same explosive potential, but instead of nurturing it, we've let it fester. He placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, his gaze unwavering. I won't have another Minato on my conscience. If we don't guide Naruto, mold him into something greater, we're betraying the legacy of the greatest shinobi this village has seen since the founder. And now he's gone, Jiraiya said with a bitter edge. And we are here, stagnant, wasting our potential, the old Hokage pointed out. Orochimaru and Tsunade, the Uchiha clan, all losses. Tsunade will dash. Don't, Hiruzen snapped, holding up a hand. Don't bother, and don't change the subject. It is time you took responsibility. No, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. I'm not the right person. Find someone else. Hiruzen glared at his student. When was the last time you saw him? Jiraiya flinched. Don't go there. I see him sometimes. Hiruzen scoffed and waved his hand. Very well. Fine. I've done my part, and I'll continue to do what I can. Maybe now, his spirit will release his hold over me and latch itself onto you instead. We'll see how long before you buckle under this curse. Don't be senile, Jiraiya grumbled, casting a weary glance at Minato's portrait. It was just his imagination, but the angle made him look angry. Line break. 3 months later, the Academy. Wake up, Naruto, bellowed Irika, jolting Naruto from his seat. Here, Naruto yelled, startled awake. The class burst into laughter, and Irika crossed him off the absentees list. Naruto yawned and slouched, propping his head on his hand, mirroring Shikamaru's bored posture as Irika lectured. He glanced at Sakura, who was taking notes, and then at Sasuke, brooding by the window. He sent the boy a glare for good measure. Not that the Uchiha would notice. He looked to his right, where Kiba sat with Akamaru, both pretending to listen. Yup, yet another boring day. Naruto drifted off and was slapped awake again, the class laughing at him. He nervously chuckled before slumping at Irika's silent detention signal. Ah, I didn't do anything wrong, though. Line break. Naruto himself dragged back into the classroom 6 hours later. The school day over and the classroom empty, save for Irika, who was at his desk. Naruto looked around and scratched the back of his head. Where's Haruta? I thought he was getting detention, too. Irika's gaze left his grading work. He'd been staring at Naruto's empty sheet of work before the blonde entered. Naruto, take a seat over here. We need to talk. Naruto sighed. Of course. He's going to get yelled at again. Naruto slowly made his way to the chair, pulled out near Irika's desk, and slumped in the seat. I didn't do anything wrong. Shikamaru sleeps in class all the time, he grumbled. Shikamaru does his work. You don't. We aren't here to talk about him. Irika said, his eyes cast back down at Naruto's empty sheet of work. You didn't do any of your work today, or a couple days ago, or last week. Naruto avoided eye contact, picking at a loose thread on the chair's armrest. It's boring. Boring, Irika murmured. Naruto flinched away. He hated when Irika got like this. The man is his favorite teacher, so seeing him so composed and defeated made his heart sink. See, can't you just scold me already? Irika shook his head at that. Why bother? Why repeat myself when I've told you over and over, Naruto? Naruto shrugged his shoulders at that, his feet shuffling beneath him. Irika clasped his hands together on the desk as he took in Naruto's demeanor. There's a saying, Naruto. You know it already. Why you can lead a horse to water, but dash. You can't make it drink, Irika finished. We've had this conversation. Last month, remember? I told you if you wish to be Hokage, you need to pay attention and engage. But you sleep, you joke, and you misbehave. At this point, why keep coming if you refuse to learn? Naruto opened his mouth before shutting it. Tears of frustration began to well up, and he had to force them back. I do want to learn. I just can't understand the work. Irika sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Naruto, this is why I keep telling you to ask for help, dash. Ido. Sure, you owe me a lot, but when you're not here and I have to work with Koga or Mizuki, they tell me it's easy. You should know this already. It makes me feel dumb. Naruto yelled. I've seen Mizuki work with others. Naruto. He wouldn't just say that, Irika reasoned. Oh my gosh. He does. Naruto yelled, waving his hands. I'm not making this up. Irika took in a breath and slid the sheets of work over to him. Well, you've missed a ton of work, Naruto. I have been here for 3 weeks. You did not come to me for help. You aren't really trying to improve. That's not true. I try every day, dash. Do you really? Where is the effort? Irika snapped, jamming his finger into the blank worksheets. Because I don't see it. Naruto shrank back at the sudden anger, and Irika sighed again. His shoulders sagged as he leaned back in his chair, the fight draining out of him as quickly as it had flared. He looked at Naruto, at the defiance wavering in those blue eyes, replaced by a familiar hurt he saw too often. I'm just getting worse. Every time I try, I just go backwards, Naruto mumbled. Well, yeah, it's supposed to feel that way, Naruto, Irika said. Naruto gave him a look. What? Getting better often feels like you're getting worse. Irika explained. Understand this more than you know, Naruto. Learning something new can make you feel dumb before you're wise. That's life. When trying to attain strength as a ninja, you'll always feel weak before you're strong. It is cause and effect as much as it is a process. You can't have one without the other. Naruto stared, absorbing this. The idea that feeling stupid was a necessary step on the path to being smart was new. For example, you used to be afraid of climbing the Hokage monument, right? You were so scared of heights that you swore you'd never go near it. I had to drag you up to see the view before you braved the trip on your own, Irika pointed out. You were afraid of heights before that. Now you can brave up the pass on your own. Naruto nodded slowly. Listen to me. Life often disguises growth as failure and progress as pain. Do you understand what I am saying? Irika asked, folding his hands. If it's hard, it matters. And learning can be frustrating. I get it. But I need you to seriously consider that through the frustration, the head scratching, the tears, and the anger, that in order to improve, you need to accept the process. It makes room for who you are meant to be. Naruto nodded slowly, his knee bouncing as he listened. I told you the nice version of this before, but the question isn't whether you know this. It's whether you have the motivation to go through it. I understand you don't have anyone forcing you to do your homework or to help you when you're stuck, Irika said, his voice softening. There are no buts about it, and I will never downplay your situation. But I can't pass you if you don't try. Otherwise, it affects me too. You need I don't know, a drive. A drive, Naruto questioned. A passion, a real reason to become a shinobi. I have one, to be Dash. Yeah, I know, Irika cut off. But that is a dream, a wish. But that is not motivating you. Not really. Naruto flinched at that. It felt like a direct punch to the gut. Being Hokage was everything. How could Irika say it wasn't real? Look at me, Irika said, getting the blonde's attention. What do you really want? Naruto's face scrunched up in concentration. I told you I want to be Hokage. No, no, not your dream, Irika said, shaking his head. What do you want right now in this moment? Forget Hokage for a second. What is something you would fight for? What is something that makes you want to push through the pain of learning, even when it's hard and feels like you're going backwards? For people to stop looking at me like I'm dirt, Naruto murmured. For people to, I don't know, acknowledge me, to see me. And that is the real reason you want to be Hokage, Irika concluded. Naruto looked down at his hands, clenched into fists on his lap. The silence in the classroom was heavy, broken only by the buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. So, what do I do? Naruto finally asked, his voice small. Irika sighed, the sound a mix of frustration and genuine concern. You start by wanting it more than you want to quit. So, until you can find the necessary conviction, I will help you personally. Starting now. Now, Naruto questioned. Irika nodded and slid his work over. Grab a pencil. You have a ton of catching up to do. Ashu, Naruto exclaimed. I have to do all that, Dash. Absolutely. Grab the pencil. Irika snapped. Why, yes, sir. Naruto squeaked. Line break. Naruma Heights. Night had fallen by the time Naruto reached Naruma Heights, the cool night air doing little to refresh his foggy mind. He stopped at the stairs leading to his floor and scowled, clutching his assigned homework. I can't believe I'm doing all this over, the boy thought bitterly. This is going to take me forever. I could barely get past the first sheet with Irika with me. Once up the stairs and down the hall, he fumbled with the key, his fingers clumsy with exhaustion, the metal scraping against the lock before finally sliding home with a satisfying click. He even dropped it, bending low to catch it, only for his homework to scatter onto the floor as well. Small, he whined, picking everything up slowly. He got it the second time around, and a moment later, the door swung open to reveal his empty apartment. Naruto kicked off his sandals by the door, the stack of worksheets threatening to topple from his arms. He shuffled toward the kitchen, his mind still buzzing with fractions and historical dates he couldn't quite grasp despite Irika's patient explanations. Then paused. Did I seriously leave the lights on? His growling stomach distracted him from the odd detail, reminding him he hadn't eaten since lunch. With a shrug, he crossed the open room to the refrigerator and opened it, to find no food. Naruto blinked, then blinked again. No ramen, no milk, not even the half-eaten container of takeout from last week. Just the sterile white walls and a lone bottle of water rolling in the corner. Yeah. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed in confusion as he leaned closer, as if proximity might magically conjure food. He wanted to shuffle the items around, but there was nothing there to shuffle. Where's my ramen? And my milk? Did someone steal it? I threw it out. Your milk and cheese were spoiling. Naruto spun around to see Jiraiya holding groceries. Hello there. My name is Dash. Jiraiya paused to catch a flurry of training shuriken, catching them with his free hand, each one catching between his fingers, letting the last one pass by his head to dent the wall. Then the sound of dripping was heard, and Jiraiya looked down to see the grocery bag got hit. You punctured your milk. What are you doing in my apartment? Naruto yelled, getting on the counter and holding out a kitchen knife. Jiraiya frowned. Cool it. I'm sorry for intruding. I was told you'd be home at 3, but you're 4 hours late. Naruto kept his distance, scurrying across the counter as Jiraiya set down the groceries. I had detention. Who are you? Jiraiya raised his hands. Whoa, calm down. My name is Jiraiya, and I'm supposed to know who that is? Naruto challenged, hopping off the counter. If you paid attention in school, you'd know, the man said, opening the fridge and sliding items through. I do pay attention in school. And get out of my stuff. Naruto snapped, yet the old man waved his hand, unbothered. Quit all that yelling. You'll upset the neighbors. And if you actually were as attentive in school, you'd know what the name Jiraiya means, Jiraiya said, closing the fridge and crossing his arms. I'm a big deal. Not enough to excuse you for breaking and entering. You're lucky I don't call the precinct shinobi on you, Naruto said, getting back off the counter and keeping his distance. I don't know who you are, now get out. Jiraiya sighed, dragging a hand down his face. This was not going according to plan. Okay, then pop quiz. You know this one. Who trained the 4th Hokage? Naruto paused at this. Hang on. The Sannin did. I know this. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, and the name of the dash. Ah, you're the Toad Sage. Naruto yelled, catching on. Yes, exactly. Finally. See, Jiraiya said, grinning at being recognized. I mean, if it has anything to do with the fourth Hokage, it's worth knowing. Naruto said, setting the knife down. He's my hero, after all. Jiraiya paused at that, the statement sinking in for a second. Oh, he's your favorite Kage. Damn right he is. He's awesome. He was so strong that he beat the Nine Tails by himself. Naruto exclaimed. Language, kid, Jiraiya lightly scolded, opening a cabinet to put away the rest of the blonde's food. Naruto stared at the man for a second, taking him in before crossing his arms. Okay, so why did you break into my apartment? What's the big idea? Jiraiya finished up and walked around the counter, motioning for the boy to sit. You may want to take a seat for this. Naruto looked at him weirdly before shrugging and doing so. What's this about? Did the old man send you? The older man sat across from Naruto. In a way, this is going to be a surprise to you, so I won't beat around the bush. Before you were born, I was given the honor of being named as a potential guardian should something happen to your folks. Naruto's eyes widened at this, and he leaned forward. W what? What does that mean? Jiraiya nodded. I promised to explain, but over dinner. Naruto scowled but nodded. Fine. But try anything, and I'll cut you. Jiraiya moved to the small kitchen, pulling out ingredients he'd brought with him. We'll have something simple tonight. Chicken teriyaki. Naruto watched warily from the counter as Jiraiya expertly sliced vegetables and seasoned the chicken, the familiar sizzle filling the apartment. Smells good, Naruto mumbled, hopping off the counter to sit at the table. When the food was ready, Naruto devoured his plate with his usual gusto, mouth open, chopsticks clicking loudly as he shoveled rice into his mouth. Jiraiya winced slightly at the display, making a mental note to teach the boy some basic table manners, another consequence of growing up alone. Hey, Jiraiya said gently when Naruto paused for breath. Chew with your mouth closed, kid. People might think you were raised in a barn. Naruto flushed, swallowing hard. Sorry, he muttered before taking a more deliberate bite. For a few minutes, they ate in relative silence, only the clink of utensils breaking the quiet. Naruto slowed his eating, actually tasting the food now. Ramen would always be his favorite, but this was good. So, Naruto said abruptly, setting his chopsticks down with a clatter. You say you're my godfather, but stay away for all my life? Where were you for 7 years? Jiraiya had braced for this moment, but the raw anger in Naruto's voice still caught him off guard. I wasn't in the village when you were born or during the Nine Tails attack, he began carefully. I was chasing a traitor and managing a spy network that spans the elemental nations. It was a job that couldn't be left unattended, and it's more dangerous than you can imagine. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Dangerous? More dangerous than leaving a baby all alone. Jiraiya sighed, running a hand through his white hair. I couldn't take a child with me where I was going, Naruto. You would have been in constant danger. I wouldn't have been able to protect you all the time. I'm sorry. Sorry. Naruto's voice cracked, his fists clenching on the table. Sorry doesn't give me back 7 years of no one to come home to visit me. Sorry doesn't explain why you could check on your stupid spy network, but not on me. Before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto exploded from his chair, pacing the small apartment. Everyone looks at me like I'm dirt. Everyone leaves me alone. And here you are, the one person who was supposed to be there for me, showing up out of nowhere with groceries. As though you left and came back. He turned suddenly, eyes blazing with unshed tears. What is this? A pity visit? Are you just checking up on the orphan boy before disappearing again for another 7 years? It's not like that. Naruto, Jiraiya tried, but the boy was already shaking his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. You don't get it. Naruto's voice cracked as he gestured wildly around the apartment. I have no friends. The other kids hate me. I'm the class dead last, the village idiot. I eat alone. I train alone. I come home to an empty apartment every single day, and I'm told to suck it up. Figure it out. His words tumbled out like a dam breaking, years of isolation pouring from him in a torrent of raw emotion. Everyone looks like I was born unlucky, like the world will be better off without me. And you, the one person who was supposed to care, you just show up now? After all this time, and you could have been there the whole time. You let me suffer on my own. Naruto's shoulders shook as he wrapped his arms around himself, suddenly looking smaller than his 7 years. Before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto spun around and fled to his room, the door slamming shut with a force that made the windows rattle. Jiraiya remained frozen in place, the half-eaten meal growing cold between them. Each word Naruto had spoken echoed in his mind, each one a sharper blow than the last. The picture frames on the wall trembled slightly, the only witness to the shattered conversation. With a heavy sigh, he slumped back down in his chair. Sheet. Line break. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen's eyes scanned the report from Irika, the words blurring into a familiar pattern of disappointment. But this report was very different. Falling behind in coursework, attention span shorter than usual, minimal participation despite detention, isolated from peers, is seemingly refused help from both students and instructors. The Hokage's fingers tightened around the document, the paper crinkling at the edges. The mention of Naruto's outburst during their session in his office, Naruto's admission that he felt like he was going backwards, stung the most. The boy needs more than I can provide. Hiruzen set the paper down and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is so much worse than I thought. At this rate, Dash. A knock cut him off, and he recognized the pattern immediately. Enter. The door opened and closed with a quiet click. Jiraiya shuffled in, and the old man noticed the absence of his student's usual swagger. It's been replaced by something heavier. Jiraiya collapsed into the chair opposite the Hokage's desk without invitation, throwing his feet up to rest on the desk and leaning back to stare at the ceiling. He hates me, Jiraiya stated, his voice flat. Only that, It could be worse, Hiruzen replied evenly, setting the report aside. And by my count, you're approximately 7 years late to be acting with self-pity. 3 months, 7 years. Jiraiya waved a dismissive hand. Time is relative when you're avoiding responsibility. The boy's 8th birthday is a month away, Hiruzen reminded him, his eyes glinting in the lamplight. You picked the worst possible time of year to introduce yourself. The anniversary of the attack approaches. The village is always less kind around then. So, Jiraiya winced. I didn't tell him anything about his parents, if that's what you're asking. He figured out who I was on his own. Well, with a little bit of encouragement. A small mercy, Hiruzen murmured, steepling his fingers. Did you at least manage to explain why you were gone? I told him the truth. About my spy network, the dangerous work, the usual, Jiraiya recited with a hollow voice. He didn't buy it. Said I could have checked on him, that I chose my work over him. And he's not wrong, Hiruzen said sharply, leaning forward. You did. Jiraiya's brow twitched. Don't piss me off. I might decide this isn't worth it if you keep it up. You forced my hand first, Jiraiya, waiting to do something I told you to do 3 months ago. You never change. And no, you won't leave, Hiruzen assured him, a glimmer of an idea forming in his mind. You want forgiveness? You want to earn your way back into his life. I'll give you a fast pass, but it comes with conditions. What conditions? Jiraiya looked up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. You'll do exactly as I say from now on, Hiruzen declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. Starting tomorrow. It is good that you did not bring up his parents yet. We'll start with that. Jiraiya stiffened. What? He's not ready, Dash. For his father's legacy. That has not changed. But he has 2 parents, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said. I've been looking at this wrong all along. The boy is without purpose. Tomorrow, I want you to give him something I cannot. Jiraiya scowled. You're going to dangle his heritage in front of him. That's cruel, Dash. It is necessary, and if it works, perhaps he'll finally have the drive Irika keeps telling me he needs. Hiruzen cut in, tapping a finger on the Irika's report. He's floundering, and you've seen it with your own eyes. Now you'll help him find an anchor. This is your penance. You are going to tell him about his mother. Jiraiya stared. You want me to tell him about Kushina? Of all the things you could have asked, Dash. This one is the least demanding. Hiruzen cut off. Just confirm that you'll do this for me. Jiraiya slid his feet off the desk and huffed. I don't have a choice. Hiruzen nodded. No, you don't. Line break. Morning light filtered through the dusty window, painting stripes across Naruto's eyelids. He blinked them open, pupils adjusting to the familiar ceiling of his small apartment. A grin stretched across his face as realization dawned. It's Saturday, his day off from the academy. He let out a contented sigh and turned in his bed, facing his dresser. And his grin vanished when his gaze fell upon the stack of papers on his nightstand. The homework. Naruto glared at the papers as if they'd personally offended him, then rolled off the bed with a thud that rattled the floorboards. He dragged his feet across the floorboards toward the bathroom and climbed onto the stool that let him reach the sink. He squeezed toothpaste onto his brush with more force than necessary, brushing and doing his usual routine. Once done, he stared at his reflection. Blue eyes, whisker marks, blonde hair that never quite lay flat. Then he hopped off the stool and shuffled toward the kitchen. The fridge door swung open with a familiar creak. Naruto reached for his usual carton of milk, but his fingers brushed against something else. Something new, Fresh eggs sat where they never had before. A package of chicken breasts. Vegetables that weren't wilted. His breath caught. The chair he'd forgotten was still behind him, tripped him up as he stumbled backward. He hit the floor with a yelp, heart hammering against his ribs. No way, no way, no way, he mentally chanted as he stared in disbelief. For a second, the walls seemed to close in around him, and he gripped his hair, pulling to see if he was still asleep. But to no avail. He took a breath and shakily pushed himself up slowly. Oh, the food is still here. It wasn't a dream, he whispered to the empty kitchen. The toad sage is my godfather. Line break. The boy stood over the stove, his eyes wide with thought as he cooked some eggs. But of course, he was on autopilot. They sizzled and popped while he stared blankly ahead, his mind racing. It was the smell of burning eggs jolted him back to the present, and he grimaced at the mess he'd made. He scraped the blackened mess onto a plate and paced his tiny living room, bare feet tapping against the carpet. That jerk, disappearing all these years, letting me grow up alone. I'm supposed to just forgive him? He thought bitterly. But this is the man who trained the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage. He's a big deal. It's like those storybooks I sneak reads from when no one's watching. He turned on his heel, letting out a childish growl. Yet he can't even take care of his godson for 7 years, and then has the nerve to show up like some kind of hero. Naruto plopped down on the floor, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his knees. Why am I even considering this? Why can't I just let this dash? He clutched at his hair suddenly, squinting his eyes shut as if in pain, but it was really to keep the tears from welling up again. He had no intention of crying again. He learned long ago that tears only made things worse. It got people angry or frustrated. He refused to be a burden. Not again. He didn't have to come back at all. A small traitorous voice in his mind pointed out. He should have been here from the start. Naruto snapped out loud, the boy startling himself. Great. Now I'm talking to myself. I'm so pathetic, the boy grumbled, his gaze drifting down the hall. Maybe some extra sleep? It's not like I have anything to do outside of Dash. The sound of knocking caused Naruto's head to snap toward the door. When another series of knocks assaulted the door, the boy shot to his feet, stomping his way over. He yanked the door open, a prepared scowl etched onto his face. What? I'm trying to dash. The words died in his throat. It was Jiraiya, leaning against the doorframe like he owned the place, a nervous grin on his features. You, Naruto spat, his voice cracking. What are you doing here? You already did your check-in. Now leave. I'm here to take responsibility, Jiraiya said, his tone uncharacteristically serious, and to properly apologize. Naruto let out a harsh, dismissive laugh. Apologize? After 7 years? Screw you, old man. He tried to slam the door shut, but Jiraiya's hand shot out, stopping it dead. He was surprisingly strong. Just hear me out, Jiraiya insisted, his eyes pleading. 5 minutes. I'll even buy you breakfast. Real breakfast. Nah. He gestured past Naruto's shoulder, his eyes landing on the plate of blackened, misshapen eggs sitting on the counter. That. Naruto's face flushed crimson. I already ate. I'm not hungry. Jiraiya's brow twitched. For goodness sake, he's just as dramatic and stubborn as his mother, Jiraiya mentally noted. Right, Jiraiya drawled, a knowing glint in his eye a moment later. Looked delicious. The boy sputtered, searching for a comeback, but found none. Jiraiya took the opportunity, dropping to one knee, bringing himself to Naruto's eye level. I'm not leaving until you give me a chance, kid. 5 minutes. That's all I ask. Naruto stared at the man, at the sincerity that seemed to radiate from him, so different from the casual indifference he wore yesterday. He was still angry, still hurt, but a small part of him, a part he tried to ignore, was curious. Fine, he mumbled, looking away. But we'll go to a cafe. I want pancakes. Jiraiya's grin returned, wider and more genuine this time. Pancakes it is. Line break. Land of Fire. Kanahagakure. Nagisa's Cafe. The bell above the door chimed as they entered, and Naruto practically vibrated with excitement, his anger forgotten at the promise of pancakes. He bounced on the balls of his feet, craning his neck to spot an empty table. Over there, by the window, he yelled, pointing across the cafe, earning annoyed glances from nearby patrons. A woman in a booth clutched her teacup tighter, while another group deliberately turned away. Naruto, oblivious to the tension he was creating, grabbed the back of a chair and dragged it noisily across the wooden floor, scraping a track that made the whole cafe wince. He climbed into it, kicking his legs against the table leg. Pancakes! Pancakes! I want the ones with lots of blueberries and mountains of whipped cream. And bacon. Lots of crispy bacon. And a big glass of milk. Do you have chocolate milk? No, regular milk. But cold. Super cold. His voice rose with each word, bouncing off the cafe walls like a pinball. A waitress with tired eyes and a forced smile approached their table, her notepad already out. I'll have the blueberry pancakes, Naruto continued, not even waiting for her to ask, with extra whipped cream, and make sure they're fluffy. And the bacon can't be too burnt, but not too floppy either, and dash. Naruto. Jiraiya's voice cut through the boy's monologue, quiet but firm. The boy froze mid-sentence, his excited smile faltering as he looked around the cafe. He noticed the staring faces, the whispers, the woman shaking her head. His shoulders slumped, and he shrank in his seat, suddenly small again. Sorry, he mumbled to the table, his face flushing red. The waitress let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. And for you, sir? Just coffee. Black, Jiraiya said, keeping his eyes on Naruto, who was now fidgeting with a sugar packet, the excitement gone, replaced by the familiar shame of being too much. Of course he doesn't know how to act, Jiraiya thought, his own frustration mixing with a pang of guilt. He's never had anyone to teach him. Then again, the whole village needs to grow some patience. He's 7. Jiraiya leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. I didn't bring you here for breakfast alone, kiddo. I also want to talk. Naruto leaned on his hand, looking out the window. What about? Whether or not you're going to actually stay, or if I have to wait another 7 years for a hello? Jiraiya waved his hand in dismissal. Oh, cut that out. I'm here now, aren't I? Naruto glared at the man, and he almost rose from his seat to blow up at him. Yet the previous stares tempered his reaction, the boy looking around warily before seating himself. That isn't good enough, and you know it, he growled. I do, Jiraiya confirmed. And actions speak louder than words. I hear you're having trouble learning in the academy. Naruto's eyes widened at the sudden shift in topic. Ashi, how would you dash? Don't change the subject. Jiraiya grinned. It's important, isn't it? You want to be a great shinobi like the fourth Hokage, right? Naruto deflated at that. Ido. It's hard. I know. It sucks, Jiraiya confirmed. But it sucks because you don't have anyone helping you, am I right? Naruto huffed. I don't need your help. Yeah, you do. I know you do. Don't deny it. Your grades reflect it, Jiraiya said. Naruto glared at him. Irika-sensei said that it gets worse before it gets better, that it's supposed to feel that way. Jiraiya's face scrunched up in confusion. Irika-sensei? Who's that? My academy teacher, Naruto said. He says that the process is supposed to be hard, and that I just need to accept it. He's not wrong, Jiraiya said. He's got it right, actually, but you need motivation, a reason. You're just going through the motions right now. I get it, but that's not going to make you any stronger. Naruto went to open his mouth to retort, but was cut off by the arrival of their food. A stack of 3 fluffy pancakes, drenched in maple syrup and crowned with a dollop of whipped cream so large it threatened to topple over, was placed in front of Naruto. Beside it sat a plate of perfectly crispy bacon. The boy's eyes went wide, the previous anger and tension momentarily forgotten. He picked up his fork, dug in, and took a huge bite, chewed, and swallowed. This is the best thing I've ever tasted. Glad to hear it, Jiraiya said, a small smile on his face as he took a sip of his coffee. The two ate in silence for a time, with small talk here and there. Jiraiya told Naruto about his travels, about the different kinds of food he'd eaten and the people he'd met. Naruto listened, enraptured, asking questions about everything from the taste of squid pasta to the height of the tallest mountain he'd ever climbed. It was the most normal conversation Naruto had had with an adult in, well, ever. For a fleeting moment, he forgot he was supposed to be angry, lost in the stories of a world beyond Konoha's walls. But the anger was always there, simmering just beneath the surface. As the last of the pancakes disappeared, Naruto pushed his plate away, the fleeting warmth of the meal turning cold in the pit of his stomach. The stories were nice, but they were just stories. They didn't change much. All right, Naruto said, his voice flat. I ate your food. I listened to your stories. Now what? Jiraiya set his coffee cup down with a soft click, the ceramic meeting saucer with a sound that seemed to echo in the sudden quiet between them. He leaned forward, elbows resting on the table, and looked directly at Naruto. The usual playful glint in his eyes was gone, replaced by something heavier, more sincere. Now, I apologize, Jiraiya said, his voice low, for not visiting, for not sending letters, for disappearing for 7 years while you were here, growing up alone. I was a bum, a deadbeat godfather. There's no excuse, and I'm sorry I failed you. I want to make it up to you, if you'll give me a chance. Naruto tried to breathe through the hitch in his breath. This was what he'd wanted to hear, wasn't it? An admission of guilt, a real apology. But now that it was here, it felt like a hot coal in his chest. He wanted to accept, To believe this man could be the family he never had, but the fear of being abandoned again was a suffocating blanket. "I'll consider it," Naruto said, his voice barely above a whisper, his gaze fixed on the milk ring on the table. "But only if you tell me who my parents were." He looked up, eyes challenging. "If you were their friend, they must have been important, right? Otherwise, why would you agree to be my guardian? It makes no sense unless they were super special." Jiraiya blinked, then let out a short, awkward laugh. "Special? Kid, who says they had to be special? Maybe they were just some regular folks I saved on a mission back in the day. Or maybe I owed your dad a gambling debt, and this was how I paid him back. Not everyone in my life is a big shot, you know." He leaned back, a teasing grin spreading across his face. "I'm not above having normal friends." Naruto's shoulders slumped, the tiny flicker of hope in his chest guttering. Normal. Regular. Just people. It wasn't bad. His parents, the mysterious figures he'd built up in his mind as the explanation for everything, might just be nobody. Seeing the disappointment wash over the boy's face, Jiraiya's grin vanished. "Hey, don't look so down. I'm just messing with you." He pushed his chair back and stood up, tossing some bills on the table. "Come on, let's go see the Hokage. We're going to the office to deal with the identity of your parents together." Naruto stared, his fork halfway to his mouth. The Hokage's office? Together? He slowly lowered the fork, the half-eaten pancake suddenly forgotten. "Right now?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Right now," Jiraiya confirmed, holding out a hand. "It's time you knew the whole story." Line break. Land of Fire, Kanahagakure, Hokage's office. The walk to the Hokage's office was silent, a tense bubble that neither seemed willing to pop. Naruto kept a careful distance, a few paces behind Jiraiya, as if proximity might burn him. He studied the man's back, the way the red Haori with the strange, horned toad design billowed slightly with each step. This was the man who had trained the fourth Hokage, his hero's teacher. It was a fact that made his head spin with thought he couldn't quite stamp down. They entered the building, the heavy wooden doors swinging shut behind them with a thud that seemed to absorb the sounds of the bustling village. People instinctively made way, their conversations dying as they caught sight of Jiraiya. His face was stripped of its usual playful mask, replaced by an expression of grim purpose that commanded respect and a healthy dose of fear. Naruto trailed a few steps behind, feeling the weight of a dozen pairs of eyes on him. The whispers were different today. Not the usual venom, but something sharp with a hint of glee. They probably thought he'd finally done it, finally landed himself in the kind of trouble even the Hokage couldn't get him out of. When they entered the building, the receptionist started to rise, her hand already outstretched. "Lord Hokage is with the council. He's Dash." Her protest withered under Jiraiya's gaze, and she swallowed hard, her professional demeanor shattering. "Enniverma." As they passed her desk, her eyes widened at the sight of the small, blond boy following in the Sannin's wake. She almost said something, but decided against it. As they approached the grand door to the Hokage's office, muffled voices bled through the heavy wood. Jiraiya's jaw tightened. "Damn it, Hamura and Danzo," he growled quietly. "Who were they?" Naruto whispered, craning his neck to see past the imposing figure. Village elders, Jiraiya grunted, his eyes scanning the empty corridor. And a bigger pain in my ass than a fistful of Simbon. W what? Naruto questioned. Instead of knocking, Jiraiya simply disappeared, vanishing with a soft poof before Naruto could even register what was happening. Wadash, Naruto stammered, spinning around to face empty air. The space where Jiraiya had stood moments ago was now completely vacant, the faint scent of ozone already dissipating. Hey, where'd you go? His voice echoed in the empty corridor, sounding small and lost. He took a hesitant step forward, then another, his sneakers squeaking softly against the polished floor. You said we were going in together, he called out, his voice cracking with a mix of anger and sudden, sharp abandonment. A moment later, the Hokage's office door swung open. 3 figures emerged. The third Hokage, looking weary, Danzo, his one good eye cold and dismissive, and Hamura, his face a mask of disapproval. Danzo didn't even glance at Naruto, brushing past him as if he were part of the wall. But Hamura stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing at the boy standing awkwardly in the hallway. What is the meaning of this? The elder demanded. Why is this child loitering outside the Hokage's office? Who let him through the security checkpoint? Naruto flinched under the elder's glare, his heart pounding against his ribs. He, Naruto stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the empty space where Jiraiya had just been. I did, Hamura. Hiruzen's voice cut in, calm and even. I summoned him here myself. He gave Naruto a small, reassuring nod before turning back to his fellow elders. Now, if you'll excuse me, my next appointment has arrived. Hamura looked like he wanted to argue further, but thought better of it. With a final, withering glare at Naruto, he followed after Danzo's direction. The Hokage watched them go, then gestured for Naruto to enter the office. Come in, my boy. Confused and still trembling, Naruto stepped inside, the heavy door clicking shut behind him. To his shock and growing anger, Jiraiya was already there, leaning casually against the Hokage's desk as if he'd been there all along. He was acting like nothing happened. Why you? You left me. Naruto exploded, his voice echoing in the large office. You just disappeared and left me standing out there with them like an idiot. Naruto, Hiruzen said, his voice gentle but firm, cutting through the boy's anger. Calm yourself. Jiraiya did the right thing. Huh? Naruto snapped with confusion. Ow! Being seen with Jiraiya by the council, especially by Danzo, Hiruzen explained, would have raised questions I am not prepared to answer right now. Questions about you, about your heritage, that could put you in unnecessary danger. He walked over to Naruto and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You were never in any real danger. Jiraiya was right to avoid the conflict. Now, he added, guiding Naruto toward a chair. Take a seat. Naruto's head felt like it was going to pop off. Who is Danzo? And heritage? And why isn't being with Jiraiya a problem? What the heck is going on? The boy mentally exploded as he took a seat. Hiruzen sat behind his desk as well, watching the boy for a moment. You've had quite the morning, haven't you? Naruto pointed at Jiraiya. He says he's my godfather. He showed up last night by breaking into my apartment, Dash. Ashi, Jiraiya tried to interject, and he threw out my old food, too. He just showed up out of nowhere and dash. Naruto, calm down. Hiruzen placated, raising both hands in a settle down gesture. I know this already. I'm the one who convinced him to come see you. Why you knew I had a godfather the whole time? Why did you never tell me? Naruto exclaimed, feeling betrayed. Jiraiya pushed himself off the desk, his usual cocky grin replaced by a serious expression that made him look years older. The old man here is the reason I'm standing in this room at all. He kicked my ass, metaphorically speaking, and made me realize what a complete fool I've been. Naruto looked between the two men, his confusion mounting. But why? Hiruzen leaned forward, his weight on his elbows. Because, Naruto, telling you about a godfather who never showed up would have been cruel. It would have given you false hope, only to have it dash time and time again. I made a judgment call, and in hindsight, it was the wrong one. For that, I am truly sorry. Naruto looked down at his hands, nodded in his lap. The anger was still there, a hot knot in his stomach, but it was mixed with something else now. Understanding? He wasn't sure. It was all too much. This morning, his biggest problem had been figuring out how to make eggs without burning them. Now his entire world was tilting on its axis. Okay, he said, the word small in the vast office. I get it. I guess. Jiraiya took a deep breath. That's not all. I brought you here to... it's time we told you about your parents. Hiruzen interjected. Naruto's head snapped up, his eyes wide. The question that had haunted him for as long as he could remember was finally being addressed. Were they bad people? Naruto asked hesitantly. Hiruzen's face softened at that. No, Naruto. They were not bad people. They were heroes, but they were also dangerous. Dangereux? Why? Dangerous, Jiraiya confirmed. Your mother, Hiruzen continued, came from a village known for its powerful and unique abilities. A village that was destroyed and its people scattered. She had enemies just by virtue of who she was. And your father, he paused, choosing his words with care. Your father was a shinobi of immense power. That is all I can say about him. Ashu, why not more? Naruto exclaimed. This doesn't tell me anything about them. Calm down, Naruto, Hiruzen said. I will not leave you in the dark. Not completely. I will tell you about your mother now. Your father's identity must remain secret for the time being. It's too dangerous for you to know. Naruto stormed up to the desk, upset. No, I want to know both. You can't dash. Hiruzen suddenly slid a photograph across the polished wood, stopping the boy's tantrum dead in its tracks. The image showed a young woman with vibrant red hair, violet eyes sparkling with mischief, her grin wide and bright. This is Kushina, Hiruzen said gently. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto stared, his breath catching in his throat. He reached out with trembling fingers, tracing the outline of her face. A wave of longing washed over him so intensely it left him gasping. Tears welled again, but this time there was no stopping them. He clutched the photo like a lifeline, as if it might vanish if he let go. As she's so pretty, he said through tears. Hiruzen placed a small leather-bound diary beside the photo. This was hers, It contains her work, mostly projects and shinobi-related notes. There's nothing deeply personal in here, no diary entries about her life. Naruto's face fell at this, his shoulders slumping. But, Hiruzen added, her personality shines through in these pages. Her determination, her humor. Naruto opened the diary, his eyes scanning the neat handwriting. Hiruzen stared at the boy and continued. She was known as the Red Hot Habanero here in Konoha, but also referred to as the Scarlet Demon to our enemies. Naruto looked up, his eyes widening in alarm. Whoa, and how did she achieve such an awesome name? Hiruzen smirked and scratched his beard, recalling those dark days. It was during the Third World War when she got the name. She became a major obstacle to our enemies. She made a mess wherever she went, always stained in the blood of her enemies. The last thing one would see before passing was her hair whipping in the wind as she dashed in and out of combat, slicing, disemboweling. She was a peerless swordswoman that few could match. Naruto was a bit spooked, yet looking down at the photo, he simply couldn't imagine it. She sounds so strong. Hiruzen nodded. Up there with the white fang of Konoha and the Sannin, yes. You haven't had a class on her yet because of the nature of her ascension to S-rank status, but if you want, you can jump ahead of your classmates and read up on her. She's actually well known. She was just another reason to fear her clan. Hiruzen added that last part on purpose, and Jiraiya knew it. Naruto's head shot up at that. C-clan, like the Uchiha, the Hyuga. A faint smile touched Hiruzen's lips, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Yes, the Uzumaki clan was once renowned throughout the elemental nations. Their home, Uzushio, was an island village famous for their powerful Fuinjutsu. Unfortunately, the clan met a tragic end during the Second Great Shinobi War. A coalition of villages, threatened by their power, destroyed Uzushio. Only a handful survived, your mother among them. She was a refugee, but far from penniless. Naruto's mind reeled. A refugee, with a clan, with a fortune. It was too much to process. Cousins? You mentioned cousins. Hiruzen's expression softened. Yes, when Uzushio fell, she and a few distant relatives escaped, bringing what wealth they could with them. They settled in the land of fire, our village's steadfast ally. But her cousins were elderly, and they passed away before you were born. She was the last of her direct line here. Naruto's shoulders slumped, the fleeting hope of existing family extinguished. Oh, her goal, Hiruzen continued, his voice regaining some strength, was to rebuild, to gather the scattered survivors of their clan here in Konoha. But the war had just ended. Diplomacy was delicate. Then she met your father. Then you came along. Then the Nine Tails. Her dream was put on hold indefinitely. A fire ignited in Naruto's eyes. His mother's goal, to find family, to rebuild. He leaned in, his focus absolute. Tell me more, he whispered. Hiruzen nodded, his gaze turning serious. I will, but you must understand, this information is a burden. Your mother's wealth was substantial, and she went to great lengths to protect it. It's currently held in a trust account, accessible only to myself, and now, he paused, his eyes shifting to Jiraiya as well. Your parents listed him as a trustee, Naruto. They trusted him with your legacy. Jiraiya flinched, the unexpected revelation striking him like a physical blow. Minato, Kushina, they'd put him on the account. The weight of their trust settled upon him, heavier than any mountain. The guilt he already felt intensified tenfold, a bitter pill he had no choice but to swallow. Naruto looked from the Hokage to Jiraiya and back again, trying to grasp the enormity of it all. Upon your graduation from the academy, Hiruzen stated, his tone leaving no room for argument, I will begin transferring the funds to you. That is the first requirement. As for your father, we will have that conversation when you reach Chunin. Naruto's eyes widened at that. See, Chunin, I could do that, Dash. Can you really? Hiruzen asked. You've been having trouble in the academy, from what I hear. I can't, Naruto shouted, slamming his hands on the desk. Don't worry about that. I'll pass the academy. I will. Hiruzen grinned at the proclamation. And now Irika has his canvas. Very well. I will hold you to this. And one more thing, the old man said. Go easy on Jiraiya. I know he wasn't there when it mattered, but he's here now. He's trying Dash. And what if he leaves again? I'm just supposed to trust him. Naruto snapped, glaring at Jiraiya now. I'm not going anywhere, Jiraiya said, his voice strained. I swear it. Words are wind, Naruto shot back. Then let his actions speak louder, Hiruzen announced. Jiraiya will be your guardian. Whether you like it or not, he is your family. Naruto froze at the word. Family. The word was like a foreign language, something he'd only ever heard other kids use. He'd dreamed of it, but now, having it dangled in front of him, it was terrifying. Family. With this guy, Naruto thought, looking at the white-haired man. Before Naruto could protest, the Hokage leaned forward. Naruto, I am entrusting you with this information for a reason. Can I trust you to be mature? Naruto pouted and glared at the floor. Okowo. The Hokage smiled, and it was a warm, genuine thing. Good. Now, he said, changing the subject as he often did to move things along. You have a new home. What? Naruto exclaimed. My apartment is fine. No one's bothering me there. Jiraiya snorted. That place is a dump, and the food you had in there. We're not going back. But Dash, Naruto tried, but the Hokage held up a hand. It is for your own safety, Naruto, Hiruzen said, his tone serious once more. Your mother's identity must remain a secret for now. Her enemies are still out there, and so are your father's. The fewer people who know about your connection to them, the safer you'll be. It is a matter of village security as well as your own. Naruto's jaw tightened. Another secret, another rule. But this one, line break. The walk back from the Hokage's office was a world away from the tense silence of the journey there. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the bustling streets, and for the first time, Naruto walked beside Jiraiya, not behind him. He clutched the leather-bound diary to his chest like a shield, the photograph of Kushina tucked safely inside. Jiraiya's hands were shoved deep in his pockets, his shoulders hunched. He stole glances at the boy, each one a fresh stab of guilt. Hiruzen's lie had been a masterstroke, a clean getaway that left Jiraiya holding the bag of Naruto's misplaced forgiveness. He wanted to blur out the truth, to confess that he'd been a coward, that the Hokage had simply given him a convenient excuse to stay away. But the words caught in his throat. How could he do that to the boy now, after the light had finally returned to his eyes? So, Naruto said, his voice breaking the silence. You knew my mom? Jiraiya flinched at the direct question. Yeah, he murmured before clearing his throat. She was a handful. The old man had it right. You take after her. Really? Naruto's head snapped up, a hopeful grin spreading across his face. In what way? Am I strong like her? Did she pull pranks? Was she good at ninjutsu? Pranks. Jiraiya let out a genuine laugh, the sound easing the tension in his shoulders. Kid, you have no idea. And then she hot glued acorns to all the chairs in the academy staff room. Naruto's jaw dropped. No way. Did she get in trouble? Yeah. She had to help the groundskeeper rake every single leaf in the village by hand. But she just saw it as a new opportunity to booby trap the leaf piles. Jiraiya shook his head, a genuine, fond smile on his face. I guess you were there for this stuff, huh? Naruto said, skipping along the steps as they went down some stairs. Well, no. Me nah, Uri. A friend would recount these events to me, Jiraiya said. Me nah. Naruto asked, is she around? Can I meet her? Jiraiya resisted the urge to slap his forehead and laugh at the slip-up. Well, she died in the Third War, Jiraiya lied. But that's beside the point. The point is, your mother was a firecracker. A little crazy, but the best kind of crazy. Naruto looked down at his mother's diary and nodded slowly. I will make her proud. Line break. Land of Fire, Kanahagakure, Naruma Heights. 2 weeks later. It has been 2 weeks since Naruto found out about his mother, and he was feeling a change. The world was a little brighter, and he had a goal. A real one. The drive Irika was talking about. The one he needed to become a great shinobi. He had it now. It was as though he'd been walking around this whole time without a head, and he'd finally been given one. He had started studying after class. Every single day. Jiraiya, who decided to stick around, saw the difference immediately. Part of it was because the work in his mother's journal happens to be advanced. Fuinjutsu. Naruto couldn't learn it. Naruto tried to convince Jiraiya to teach him Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu, anything that could be pulled from the journal, but as Jiraiya put it, he doesn't have even the basics yet. It isn't in his curriculum yet. It would be like trying to teach a child algebra when he doesn't even know 2 plus 2, let alone the concept of numbers. That's how far behind he is. When Jiraiya entered the apartment, the scent of stale ramen and ink hit first. He'd been gone for 2 days, trailing a lead on a potential Akatsuki movement that had turned out to be nothing more than rumors. He'd expected to find the boy either passed out on the couch or causing chaos somewhere in the village. Instead, he found order. Chaos, yes, but the chaotic kind of order that meant work. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a sea of paper that spread from the couch to the kitchen counter like a paper tide. Crumpled balls of failed attempts littered the corners of the room as well. What the hell? Jiraiya murmured in surprise. We just cleaned up days ago, Naruto. Naruto's head whipped in Jiraiya's direction, and he sprang to his feet, nearly slipping on a sheet of paper. Erosinin, you're back. The boy ran up and presented some homework. Help me. Jiraiya's brow twitched as he took hold of the sheet. I see Irika Sensei has been making you rewrite sentences. I guess he noticed your handwriting is crap. Naruto flinched back, his face flushing. It's not that bad. I'm just trying to make it look like Mom's. Jiraiya looked from the boy's hopeful face to the sheet in his hand. Kid, this is Fuinjutsu calligraphy. This is not. This isn't normal writing. I know. That's the point. Her calligraphy is so pretty. It flows. Naruto explained, gesturing wildly with his hands, nearly knocking over a stack of books. I want to be like her. I want my writing to flow like that. But it's so hard. The brush strokes keep coming out wrong. Jiraiya stared at the sea of paper and chuckled. For a second, I thought you were buried under work. What about your assignment for the day? Naruto's shoulders slumped, the excitement draining out of him. I finished it, he mumbled, pointing to a neat stack of papers on the far end of the coffee table. This is more important. If I can master this, then mastering the real thing will be easier, right? I'll be one step ahead. Jiraiya couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips. Something like that. You really finished. Yes, I even finished the extra credit. Jiraiya stared at the boy. Irika, you magnificent bastard. Then he made an offer that Naruto couldn't refuse. Tell you what, help me clean this place up, and I'll teach you a little something about Fuinjutsu. Something that'll give you a head start. Naruto's eyes lit up, the exhaustion vanishing in an instant. Really? You mean it? Yeah, Jiraiya grumbled, waving a dismissive hand. But we're cleaning this place top to bottom. I'm not tripping over your calligraphy practice in the middle of the night. The next hour was a whirlwind of activity. Naruto, fueled by the promise of forbidden knowledge, attacked the mess with a zeal Jiraiya had never seen. Crumpled paper was gathered, books were stacked, and the floor was swept clean. It was the most domestic, cooperative thing they'd done together. Finally, the apartment was once again livable, and the table in the center of the living room was a canvas to be used for education. All right, kid, Jiraiya said, taking a seat and patting the spot beside him. Seat. Naruto practically vaulted over the couch, landing with a bounce. Okay, what are you going to teach me? Patience, Jiraiya said, holding up a finger. First, a lesson. Fuinjutsu isn't just about drawing pretty pictures. It is seriously complicated. You can't learn Fuinjutsu without understanding the language. Language? Naruto murmured. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, there are layers to this. Symbols that can mean singular words, or symbols that string into a sentence, or command. There are also numerical patterns that are like, I don't know, prompts. Fuinjutsu is a system as much as it is an agreement with the fundamental structure of our world. You're not drawing symbols for the sake of it. You're making a contract with reality itself. Naruto stared at him, his head tilted slightly. He didn't understand much of what the old man just said, which made the man sigh. He's 7, right? Slow it down, Jiraiya. How about this? Jiraiya murmured, going through his bag. We'll do this one step at a time, starting with you putting that handwriting to work. We'll begin with learning to draw the symbol for each element: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water. He unrolled a blank scroll on the table, a small brush pot and inkstone following suit. First, we're going to start with the symbol for fire. It's a good place to start, Jiraiya said. The kanji is simple. Hua. He drew it with a single fluid motion of his finger on the table. See? 2 strokes. But in Fuinjutsu, it's more complex. He took the brush, dipped it in the ink, and began to draw on the scroll. His hand moved with an economy and precision that mesmerized Naruto. He drew the symbol for fire again, the kanji awa, but he didn't stop there. He added a series of looping lines around it, a circle, and 4 small squares at the cardinal points. The kanji is the core. It's the command. But all this stuff, he gestured to the flourishes, this is the structure. This is what holds the power. This is what directs the chakra. This is what makes sure that when you want a small campfire, you don't accidentally summon an inferno that burns down your apartment building. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa. Exactly. So, your turn, Jiraiya said, pushing the brush toward the boy. Just the core symbol for now. Awa, don't worry about the structure yet. Just focus on making the kanji itself a vessel. Naruto picked up the brush, the boy smiling as he got to work. Suffice to say, he took to it like a fish in water. Line break. 2.5 years later. Land of Fire, Kanahegakure, the Academy. The world swam into focus in blurry patches of blue sky and rustling green leaves. The sound of heavy breathing was all there was. Here lies Naruto, splayed out like a discarded puppet, his face scrunched into a deep scowl that did little to hide the sting of humiliation. The sound of cheering finally registered for the boy, cutting through the pounding in his ears and the coppery taste of blood on his lip. Kiba stood over him, chest heaving, a smear of crimson across his nose, and a dark bruise already forming on his cheek. Akamaru was barking on the sidelines, no doubt cheering for the boy. Naruto pushed himself up on his elbows and spat a glob of blood, his mouth bleeding. His face felt raw, scraped in a dozen places. He'd been so close. He could taste the victory, feel it in the way Kiba's movements had grown sloppy, desperate. And then, Kiba caught him with a move he hadn't seen coming. Ah! Kiba's triumphant shout echoed across the training grounds. Told you I'd win, Uzumaki. A strong hand wrapped around Naruto's arm, pulling him to his feet. Irika, that's enough, Kiba. It was a good match. Both of you showed improvement. Improvement, Kiba retorted, wiping at his bloody nose with the back of his hand and grinning widely. I was just toying with him, sensei. How to make it look good for the class, you know? Gotta give the people what they want. He winked at a group of giggling girls. Naruto's hands clenched into fists at his sides, the boy glaring daggers. Toying with me, he snarled, his voice cracking with rage. You were barely standing, you mutt-faced punk. I had you beat, and you know it. Kiba's smirk faltered for a second, then returned, wider and more arrogant than before. Keep dreaming, Whiskers. I'll let you get a few hits in. Made it more interesting. You're not on my level, and you know it. That's enough. Irika's voice cut through the tension. Both boys flinched. Kiba, Naruto, you will both show proper respect after a spar. Now bow to each other. Both of you. Naruto gritted his teeth, the humiliation burning hotter than any physical wound. He locked eyes with Kiba, who was glaring back with equal intensity. For a moment, Naruto considered turning his back and storming off. Of course, the last thing they wanted was shared attention and yet another useless exercise. With a reluctant huff, Naruto dropped into a stiff, jerky bow. Kiba did the same, his movements equally rigid. Good, Irika said, his voice softening slightly. Now get in line. Shikamaru and Kenji, you're up. Naruto turned away from Kiba, his shoulders slumping as he made his way to the sidelines. He scanned the bench where the other boys were sitting, their attention already on the next match. His eyes landed on a familiar figure sitting apart from the others, his dark sunglasses unreadable. Shino, the quietest boy in the class, and his only real friend to date. Naruto plopped down beside him. Shino didn't look at him, but a slight shift in his posture was enough. You fought well, he said, his voice low and even. Your taijutsu has improved. Naruto sighed and went through his bag, pulling out a sheet of paper and a thin ink brush. Not enough to beat Kiba. A loss is not always a failure, Shino replied. You adapted to his fighting style a little. The next time will be different. Naruto huffed, rummaging through his bag and pulling out a thin sheet of paper and an ink brush. Next time, he'll have been taught some new trick by his clan to be given a leg up. He uncapped his ink pot. The sharp, earthy scent a small comfort. His gaze flickered to Shino. Hey, how about you? Your body doing okay with those new additions to the colony? The ones your clan gave you last month. Shino turned his head slightly, the lenses of his sunglasses catching the afternoon sun. The integration is proceeding as anticipated. There is a period of recalibration. The new specimens possess a more potent neurotoxin, which require dash. Shino, English, Naruto pouted. My body is adapting, Shino simplified. It is a temporary discomfort. Naruto dipped the tip of the brush into the ink, his focus narrowing to the small, blank square of paper in his lap. Good, because you looked like you were constantly going to pass out. Shino tilted his head. I did. How could you tell? You were sweating a lot. Naruto grinned, poking the boy's shoulder. And your right eye keeps twitching, and you're always scratching your neck. Shino's hand went to his neck before he stopped himself. Huh. The crowd of girls suddenly burst into cheers as Sasuke floored his opponent, and Naruto gave the biggest eye roll of the century. He hated how the sharp bite of envy would sour in his mouth. Just once, he wanted them to look at him like that. Line break. A few hours after the spar, and Naruto was stepping out of the school clinic, a small bandage on his cheek, the only remnant of his fight with Kiba. Shino was waiting, leaning against the wall just outside the door, a still, dark figure amidst the bustle of departing students. Let's go, Shino said, pushing off the wall. They fell in a step, a familiar rhythm that had become their routine. They passed the parents, leaving the academy behind to the streets of Konoha and down the path they usually took. You skipped lunch, Shino noted, his voice a low hum beside Naruto as they navigated the throng of students. The cafeteria served grilled fish. Your stomach has been growling for the past hour. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish grin on his face. That caught me. Guess I was too busy thinking about that last punch Kiba threw. How about sushi? We did barbecue last time. My treat. Shino gave a slow, deliberate nod. Acceptable. The new octopus tentacle roll is supposedly an adequate source of protein. Their path ended at the academy's main gate, a chaotic bottleneck of parents and children. The air buzzed with 100 overlapping conversations, a symphony of after-school chatter. Shino's father stood like a calm island in the sea of activity, his dark, high-collared coat and opaque glasses marking him unmistakably as an Aburame. He wasn't waving or calling out. He was simply present. "Father," Shino said, his tone shifting into a more formal register as they approached. "Shino," his father replied, his voice as measured and calm as his son's. His gaze, hidden behind the dark lenses, flickered from Shino to Naruto. The Aburame patriarch held a silent stillness that seemed to command the very air around him. Shino hesitated, his posture stiffening almost imperceptibly. He turned slightly toward Naruto, a subtle gesture of concern. "You will be all right?" Naruto's grin was easy, genuine. He clapped a hand on Shino's shoulder. "Course. I'll see you tomorrow, bud boy. Go on, before your dad thinks I'm holding you hostage." He gave a playful shove. Shino's father observed the exchange, then gave Naruto a short, respectful nod, a silent acknowledgement that felt more profound than any words. As the Aburames walked away, their figures melting into the crowd, Naruto stood his ground for a moment. He watched a mother ruffle her son's hair, listened to a father ask about a daughter's test score. The scene was the same as it always was, a vibrant tapestry of the family life he'd never had. The old, familiar ache settled in his chest, a dull throb rather than the sharp, stabbing pain of his youth. It was there, but it no longer defined him. It was simply a part of his landscape. He turned on his heel and headed in the opposite direction, his stride purposeful. The sushi restaurant was a small, clean establishment run by a couple who never treated him with anything less than professional courtesy. "One deluxe tuna roll, please," Naruto said to the chef, placing his money on the counter. "And an extra order of tamago." With the takeout box warm in his hands, he didn't go home. He walked past his apartment building, his feet carrying him along a familiar path to the chained-off entrance of Training Ground 3. Naruto jumped the towering fence in a single leap and landed in a roll, holding out his bag of takeout. He let out a breath of relief, seeing it intact. "Nice!" The wide, empty field was his sanctuary. He sat cross-legged in the cool grass, the evening sun painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He opened his box, the scent of fresh rice and fish filling the air, and began to eat. Alone, and for the first time, it felt less like a punishment and more like a choice. His mind began to wander while he ate. Much had changed in just a year, and not all of it was visible to the naked eye. His routine had become the new normal, a rhythm as steady as the tides. Jiraiya would vanish for a month or two at a time, swallowed by the vast network of spies and informants that kept Konoha's borders safe. During those periods, Naruto's apartment would fall back into its familiar solitude. But it wasn't the crushing loneliness of before. It was a temporary state, a quiet between chapters. Jiraiya was always back, bringing with him stories of strange lands and some new expensive sake. The man had been a chaotic and surprisingly comforting constant in Naruto's life. The man might be a legendary Sannin, but in their small apartment, he was just the goofy godfather who left his socks everywhere and complained about the price of good ink. Of course, it didn't start out like this. They have their differences, and it would get seriously frustrating. Like when Jiraiya tried to teach him Fuinjutsu. The boy had been crashing against the same conceptual barrier for weeks. His usual bullheaded approach getting him nowhere, but deeper in a pit of smudged parchment and half-formed seals that fizzled into pathetic wisps of smoke. Jiraiya had watched, his initial patience rather high, until it wore thin as Naruto refused to listen, refused to think. You're trying to break down a door with your head? You little idiot. Stop charging and start thinking. The answer isn't going to surrender just because you yell at it loud enough. He'd forced a new method on the boy, a rigid, step-by-step process of logical deduction. It was like pulling teeth. The problem was Naruto's creative spirit being chafed under the restrictive discipline, and the boy's nature naturally fighting back at every turn. This meant the lessons became tense, and shouting matches would end with slammed doors and Jiraiya nursing a headache over a bottle of sake. There were days they'd nearly given up, agreeing to shelve the complex art until Naruto was older, his mind more mature. It was during one of those failed sessions that Naruto decided to read his mother's journal. It was really just for comfort, like running into her phantom arms after a bad day. Whatever he read in that journal changed his perspective on Fuinjutsu. It clicked. When the boy tried again the next day, Jiraiya saw the change immediately. Suffice to say, they both knew then, with absolute certainty, that this was her legacy, her gift. A simple note in a margin had done what all Jiraiya's lectures and frustrations could not for her son. It made them wonder what living, breathing Kushina Uzumaki have accomplished. She would have been the greatest teacher for her son. Naruto reached for another sushi roll, only to feel nothing but plastic. He looked down and realized he'd eaten everything. I didn't even really savor any of it. The boy whined in his head before groaning and setting his backpack down. The worn bag hit the grass with a soft thud, and Naruto yanked open the flap with a sharp tug. Inside, nestled between a spare set of clothes and a nearly empty scroll of explosive tags, was a sheet of paper, his instruction manual for tree walking, written in Jiraiya's scrawling, impatient hand. Naruto's fingers traced the crinkled edges, his eyes scanning the familiar words for the 100th time. Master this, and I'll teach you something that'll put you ahead of everyone. The promise was a carrot dangling just out of reach. 2 weeks. That's what he had. 2 more weeks until the old man came back from whatever godforsaken corner of the world he'd disappeared to this time, expecting to see a miracle. His gaze drifted upward, past the gnarled roots and up the immense trunk of the old oak he'd claimed as his own. Its bark was covered in scuffs and dents from his countless falls. Okay, one more time. Line break. 1 week later, Irika's residence. The frantic, relentless pounding rattled the thin wooden door of Irika's apartment, jarring him from a much-needed nap. He'd been grading Kenai placement charts until his eyes burned, and the interruption was an unwelcome jab to his exhausted nerves. For the love of, I'm coming, he grumbled, stumbling out of bed and grabbing his shirt off the floor. He yanked it on, not bothering to see if it was inside out. What's so important it can't wait until morning? He threw the door open, ready to chew out some prankster, but the words died in his throat. Naruto stood there, practically vibrating with energy. His blonde hair was a tangled mess, smeared with what looked suspiciously like mud and sap. There was a fresh scrape on his cheek, and his eyes, his usual bright, defiant blue, were wide with a desperate, almost manic intensity. Naruto, Irika asked, his irritation instantly melting into concern. Are you all right? What happened? Irika-sensei. Naruto burst out, pushing past him into the small apartment without waiting for an invitation. You have to help me. I am stuck. Irika blinked, his brain still fuzzy with sleep. Stuck? Stuck where? What are you talking about? Tree climbing. Naruto yelled, his voice cracking. He started pacing the small living room, his hands gesturing wildly. I did the leaf thing, see? I can stick a leaf to my forehead for, like, hours now. I even practiced while eating ramen. But the tree is impossible. I keep falling. I think I broke my tailbone. Twice. Irika held up his hands, trying to stem the tide of words. Naruto, hang on a second. Tree climbing? That's a genin exercise. You shouldn't even be attempting that yet. But that's the whole point. Naruto stopped pacing and whirled around to face him, his eyes pleading. The old man, Lord Hokage, he said that since I have so much chakra, the basic stuff is like trying to fill a thimble with a fire hose. He said I need a bigger challenge, something that'll force me to get a grip on it. And that's tree climbing. So you have to help me, sensei. Please. Please believe me. Please, please, please. Naruto's mind screamed, his hands clasped together in a desperate plea. Irika stared, his mind racing. He knew the boy had been improving, as he's caught up to the rest of the class already. But this is a major surprise. A slow smile spread across Irika's face. All right, Naruto, I'll help you. Naruto's face lit up. Really? You will? Really? Irika confirmed, grabbing his flak jacket from the hook by the door. Let me get my kunai pouch, and I'll take you training ground 4. Just try not to break any bones before I get there, understood? Naruto nodded and rushed out the door while Irika went into his room to get some ninja gear on. Lord Hokage, Irika thought to himself, that's weird. Lord Hokage wouldn't bother himself with a simple training exercise, would he? Irika thought about it some more before shrugging. Then again, the two are close. And if anyone can figure out a way to further motivate Naruto, it's him. Line break. Training ground 4 sprawled out before them. A scarred landscape of earth and water where Konoha's shinobi came to forge their skills. The field was a patchwork of terrains, charred earth from explosive tag practice, deep pools riddled with kunai marks, etc. Irika led Naruto toward a quieter section of the grounds, a small clearing ringed by ancient oaks whose bark was relatively unmarred. All right, Iricus said. Show me. Walk me through it. Naruto started with some stretches and took a breath before he charged forward and started running up the tree trunk. For a split second, he made some distance, defying gravity. Then a sharp crack echoed as the bark splintered, Naruto yelping as his chakra output surged, propelling him backward in a wild arc. The boy landed with a tremendous splash in a shallow pond at the clearing's edge. Gah, not the lake again, he sputtered, surfacing with a string of algae draped over his shoulder. Irika's gaze flickered from the boy, now flailing in the waist-deep water, back up to the tree. He traced the path Naruto had taken. A knot of shock tightened at his chest. He made it pretty high. How long has he? He cleared his throat, the sound barely registering over Naruto's spluttering. Naruto, how long have you been working on this, exactly? Naruto dragged himself from the pond, water streaming from his tangled blonde hair. A few weeks, he grumbled, flicking a glob of algae off his shoulder. Irika scratched his chin. And a leaf exercise? The focus training? You've mastered that. Naruto's head snapped up, his expression shifting from frustration to impatience. Of course I have. Why else would I be here? I can keep one stuck to my forehead for hours now, even while training. It's the tree. The tree is the hard part. He gestured wildly at the offending oak. I know to control the output. I get it, but I still keep blasting myself off the bark. Irika turned away for a moment, a hand rising to his chin as he processed. This is the result of relentless, hidden work. The boy has been practicing on his own, pushing ahead of the entire class. The revelation was entirely unexpected. He's already on the final stages of getting the exercise down. He might not even be needed. Not really. He took a deep breath, composing himself before turning back. He gestured to a smooth boulder. Okay, Naruto. Seat. Let's start over. Show me the leaf exercise. Then show me exactly how you're channeling your chakra for the tree. Right now. What? But that's the easy part. I need to climb the tree. Naruto protested. I need to see your focus, Irika insisted. Tree climbing is about precision, not power. If your concentration is off, you'll just keep launching yourself into that pond. Naruto huffed, but complied. He plopped on the ground, snatched a dry leaf from the grass, and settled it on his forehead. His eyes slid shut, his body going still. Irika watched, his own breathing slowing in tandem. He expected squirming, sighing, a fidget, the usual signs of Naruto's restless energy. But 30 minutes passed in silence. The only movement the gentle rise and fall of Naruto's chest. The leaf remained fixed and unmoving, and Irika, after some dozing off, came to a conclusion. Yeah, he's got it down. I'm surprised he can meditate after being frustrated. He can regulate his emotions when he wants to, it seems Irika thought. Then Naruto's eyes snapped open. Irika-sensei, he said, his voice low and clear. Someone's coming. What? What do you mean? Irika asked, looking around. After a few seconds, another academy instructor, Koda, appeared from the path, his brow furrowed. There you are, Irika. I went by your place, but you weren't there. Irika glanced from Koda to the still meditating Naruto and back to Koda. Did he just sense him from that far away? How much more are you hiding in there, Naruto? He swallowed, trying to maintain his composure. What's up, Koda? Koda's gaze shifted to the boy on the ground. Oh, what's all this? Training with Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes, now open, flickered up at the newcomer, a flicker of annoyance in their depths. Hey, I'm trying to concentrate here. Can you guys take your gossip somewhere else? Irika turned his full attention to his colleague. What's up, Koda? The other instructor's shoulders slumped with relief. My wife. The doctor says the baby might come early. I need someone to cover my classes Monday and Tuesday, just in case. Irika nodded, a quick, decisive gesture. Of course. Don't worry about it. A grin of pure gratitude split Koda's face. You're a lifesaver, Irika. Really, I owe you one. He gave a short wave. Gotta run. Good luck with, well, you know. He jerked his chin toward the boy, then turned and vanished back down the path. The moment he was gone, Naruto was already on his feet, coiled with energy, his eyes locked on the towering oak. His jaw was set, the earlier frustration replaced by a new, sharper focus. He took a step forward. Hold on, Irika said, his voice quiet but firm. Naruto froze, shooting him an impatient look. What now, sensei? Irika ignored the question, closing the distance between them and crouching down, bringing himself to the boy's level. He kept his voice low, almost conspiratorial. Naruto, before, you knew he was coming. How? Naruto blinked, the impatience giving way to confusion. I don't know. Felt him. He shrugged. Why? Irika's heart gave a strange little thump. He chose his next words with the care of a man diffusing a bomb. What did you feel exactly? Describe it to me. Naruto grinned at first, before his face screwed in thought. It was like, I don't know. It's like feeling someone next to you, but far away. I don't know how to explain the feeling, but I could just feel them. A chill ran down Irika's spine, a mix of awe and sudden, sharp responsibility. This wasn't just a fluke. Naruto, he said, the name coming out with a new weight. Do you know what that makes you? That's a sensory ability. It's a rare and incredibly valuable skill for a shinobi. Naruto's face lit up, the blue of his eyes practically glowing. You mean like a bloodline limit? Irika shook his head, a small, proud smile touching his lips despite the gravity of the moment. No, not a bloodline. Just raw, natural talent. Most people can't sense a thing. To be able to pinpoint someone like that, it's something special. He stood up, clapping a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We'll work on it. But for now, you have a tree to conquer. The revelation seemed to energize Naruto further. He nodded sharply, his focus snapping back to the task at hand. He took a deep breath, hopping off the boulder. He centered himself and then exploded forward. This time was different. The raw, explosive burst of power was gone, replaced by controlled output. He flew up the tree, getting higher and higher, and Irika placed his hands on his head as he watched. Then, the boy's concentration wavered for a split second. The chakra flickered, and he slipped. Ah, cop! Naruto yelled, free-falling. Irika caught him before he hit the ground, the teacher laughing with delight. Look at that. You'll have it by morning. Irika said, his voice filled with a certainty that felt less like a prediction and more like a promise. Naruto's eyes widened at the proclamation, and a grin full of greed settled on Naruto's features. Oh yeah, better keep your promise, Jiraiya-sensei. Line break. 3 days later. The scent of damp earth and crushed leaves clung to Naruto like a second skin as he and Irika left the training ground behind. 3 days. 3 days of relentless, splintering failure. It was a hard-fought trial, but by the end, the boy was standing upside down with no assistance whatsoever. He'd mastered tree walking, for the most part. So, do I get extra credit? Naruto asked with a huge grin as he skipped ahead. Irika chuckled, shaking his head. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This wasn't part of your curriculum. That wouldn't be fair. However, I suppose this frees you from doing any of the exercises I have the others doing, so we'll have to find something more productive from now on. Bah, whatever. So long as you know who your best student is, I don't care. Naruto cheered. He watched the boy skip ahead, a whirlwind of orange and youthful energy. The worry that had been a constant knot in Irika's gut since his fateful speech to the boy about overcoming the strain that came with growth had vanished. Naruto has done more than improve. He's tamed his chakra before any of the class has. Well, save for Hinata, that is. Naruto's mind was already leagues away, on a specific pair of green eyes and a head of pink hair. Just wait, he thought, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Sakura-chan's gonna flip when I run up the side of the academy building. She'll totally see I'm not some loser. The familiar, comforting aroma of boiling broth and fresh noodles washed over them as they rounded the corner. Ichiraku. Naruto's pace quickened, his stomach growling in anticipation. Irika had promised, after all. Irika-sensei, Naruto called, already sliding onto one of the red stools. The usual, and make it 2. 3. No for bowls. I've earned it today. Irika laughed, taking the seat beside him. I'll cover the first 2. The rest are on you, big shot. You got it, boss. Tucci called from behind the counter. But before the order could even be written, Naruto froze. His gaze locked on the figure already occupying the stool at the far end of the stand. Long white hair, a horned toad-printed Haori. Jiraiya-sensei. The name ripped from Naruto's throat. He launched himself from the stool, a blur of orange, and collided with the man with enough force to send them both sprawling. Jiraiya, who had been moments away from a peaceful slurp of miso, only just managed to twist, catching the ballistic boy with an oof of expelled air. You're back, Naruto shouted, his voice muffled by Jiraiya's chest as he tightened his grip. You're really back. Easy there, kid, Jiraiya wheezed, gently prying the boy off. A man's gotta breathe, you know. Why didn't you announce yourself? When did you get here? Naruto asked. Jiraiya chuckled. The apartment was empty. I thought you were out with your little friend. Irika stood frozen, his hand halfway to his wallet. The sight was so surreal it short-circuited his brain. The legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, one of the most powerful and enigmatic figures in the shinobi world, was currently being subjected to a death hug by his most trouble-prone student. And they seemed familiar, intimately so. Naruto, Irika's voice cut through the ramen shop's cheerful clatter, his tone unusually sharp. The single word was a hook, catching the boy mid-celebration and reeling him in. Naruto froze, his back ramrod straight. He turned, slowly, his blue eyes wide with a dawning horror as he processed Irika's rigid posture and the bewildered question in his gaze. Jiraiya, for his part, seemed utterly unfazed by the boy's sudden paralysis or Irika's stunned silence. He merely picked himself up from the floor and dusted off his Haori. You know each other, Irika murmured slowly. Jiraiya grinned and gestured for Naruto to seat himself. It's a long story. Tucci, bless his heart, had wisely started preparing 3 bowls of ramen without another word. So, Irika began, his chopsticks hovering halfway to his mouth. The scrolls. That was you, Jiraiya? A grin split Naruto's face as he nodded, his eyes alight with pride. Irika set his chopsticks down with a soft click, a slow, breathy laugh escaping him. I thought you were a puzzle before, Naruto. Now you're a whole damn library. Go on, he urged, gesturing toward the Sannin. Well, since he's missed out, go on. Tell him what you've been up to. Naruto nodded eagerly and launched into his story, words tumbling over each other in his haste to share his triumphs. Jiraiya listened, his usual smirk fading as Naruto described his weeks of practice. At the mention of sensing the approaching instructor, the Sannin's eyes widened. The boy had inherited it then. Both Minato's uncanny perception and Kushina's instinctive feel for chakra. The list of his godson's hidden depths was growing longer by the minute. Jiraiya let out a long whistle. A busy month, kid. He leaned back, stretching his arms overhead. Fine, you've earned it. Tomorrow, we'll see what you're really made of. A victory roar ripped from Naruto's throat, echoing off the ramen stand's small roof. He slammed his empty bowl down, his gaze locking onto the Sannin. I'm holding you to it, sensei. Jiraiya sighed, a sound of theatrical resignation, but the warmth in his eyes betrayed him. He raised 2 fingers toward Tucci. Another bowl materialized before Naruto, and he attacked it with the ferocity of a starving wolf. Line break. The next day, 3rd training ground. Naruto sat cross-legged in front of Jiraiya, his knees bouncing with restless energy as he watched the older man rummage through his pack. All right, kid, Jiraiya finally said, producing a single, pristine sheet of paper. Hold this. Naruto took it, the crisp paper feeling insignificant between his fingers. It's blank. Channel your chakra into it, Jiraiya instructed, his eyes narrowed with focus. Naruto concentrated, pushing his chakra into the flimsy sheet. The response was immediate and violent. One side of the paper split down the middle with a clean cut. Another corner curled in on itself, turning damp and dark. Beneath that, it burned up. The final corner crackled with a faint, electric blue light. He stared, dumbfounded, as Jiraiya let out a low whistle. For affinities, Jiraiya breathed, running a hand through his white hair. Wind, fire, water, and lightning. That's something else. It's usually 1 or 2. Naruto's jaw was practically on the floor. 4. I get 4. Jiraiya nodded, placing a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder. Easy, kid. Breathe. The paper splitting in half is your strongest wind. That's our primary focus. The dampness means you've got a strong affinity for water. The fire was this bit right here, and that little spark. He gestured to the still smoking corner. That's a minor, but still present, lightning affinity. So, I'm naturally good at all of these. Naruto asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Exactly, Jiraiya confirmed, a grin spreading across his face. Think of it like this. Your chakra network is like a spiritual muscle that most people have to train from scratch to use in new nature. Your chakra network is already primed for these three. It's a massive head start. You could learn a fourth, like earth or fire, eventually, but we'll stick with your natural strength for now. Naruto jumped to his feet, his fists clenched with renewed determination. Wind, water, fire, and lightning. I'm ready, sensei. Let's do this. Line break. 5 hours later. The sun had begun its descent, casting long, tired shadows across the training ground. Exhaustion clung to Naruto like a second skin, his movements sluggish and his breath coming in ragged gasps. A small pile of shredded leaves lay at his feet, victims of hours of frustrated effort. It's not working, he panted, collapsing onto the ground. I can feel the wind, but it's just not coming like it should. Jiraiya knelt beside him, picking up one of the mangled specimens. The tear wasn't the messy rip of clumsy force he'd expected. It was unnaturally precise, almost surgical, as if the leaf had been sliced by 1,000 microscopic blades. He is summoning wind. He just has no idea. Easy, kid, Jiraiya said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You're doing better than you think. The fact that you can even manifest wind chakra this strongly on day one is incredible. Most genin would still be trying to feel for their affinity at this point. Naruto slumped, his shoulders drooping. But I want to get it faster. I mastered tree walking in days. Why is this so hard? Because this is different, Jiraiya explained patiently. Tree walking was about control and quantity. This is about precision and quality. You can't force it. He watched as Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The boy picked up another leaf, holding it delicately between his thumb and forefinger. His hand trembled slightly with fatigue, but his focus was absolute. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, his entire being focused on the single, delicate leaf held between his thumb and forefinger. He imagined crushing it, imagined forcing it to tear apart with sheer will. His hand trembled with the strain, a frustrated grunt escaping his lips. Nothing happened. The leaf remained stubbornly intact. Gah! He growled, redoubling his effort, picturing the fibers snapping, ripping apart under an invisible pressure. He felt a strange, faint tingling in his palm, a sensation he dismissed as blood rushing to his head from the exertion. He squeezed harder. Then it happened. Not the dramatic explosion he'd hoped for, but a tiny, sharp snip. The leaf didn't crumple or rip. A small, impossibly clean slit appeared right down its center, so precise it looked like it had been made with the finest razor blade. Naruto stared at it, his frustration mounting. He'd felt a tear. He knew he'd just squashed the life out of it. He picked up another leaf, his brow furrowed in a scowl of pure effort. Again, the strange tingling. Again, the minute-perfect slice. He was failing. He couldn't even tear a stupid leaf properly. "It's no use," he finally yelled, throwing the mutilated leaf to the ground. "I can't do it. I'm just crushing them." He flopped onto his back, glaring up at the sky. Jiraiya watched, his expression unreadable. He walked over and picked up one of the crushed leaves, holding it up to the dying light. The cut was so clean, so impossibly fine, it could only have been made by one thing. Wind chakra, he thought, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face. He's doing it. He just doesn't know it. Well, let's call it a day for now. We have all the time in the world to get this down, and there's no use working on an empty stomach, yeah? How about some dango? Jiraiya suggested. Ugh, fine, Naruto huffed, defeated, getting to his feet with a groan. Line break. The Academy. 2 months later. Jiraiya's words had been prophecy. Naruto would eventually get the wind elemental affinity down and even earn himself a jutsu in the Gale Palm Jutsu. The framework was in place. Ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu theory, chakra control. He felt like he could do anything now. The proof wasn't in flashy jutsu, but in the neat, if unremarkable, numbers on the Academy's ranking board. His written work still bore the scars of rushed concentration, but the grammar was correct, the formulas memorized. His shuriken jutsu, once a chaotic spray of metal, now found the target 9 times out of 10. It had been this since the previous year, and this year was even better. Taijutsu, book smarts, the Academy's holy trinity of clone, transformation, and substitution. He was no longer a disaster at them. He was simply painfully average, just one notch below Kiba. Speak of the devil, Naruto muttered. A shadow fell over his shoulder. What the hell? How we get the same score? A teasing grin played on Naruto's lips as he looked up. Guess we're tied this year, Kiba. He gave the other boy a light nudge with his elbow. Can't say I'm dead last anymore. Unless you're saying we're both equal losers. Kiba's hand shot out, fingers tangling in the collar of Naruto's jacket. Don't you dare compare me to you, loser. You had to have cheated. I did not. Naruto snapped back, grabbing Kiba's collar back. Irika-sensei's hand connected with the back of both their heads with 2 sharp thwacks. He held their final test papers like weapons. Take these and stop acting like children before I make you both clean the bathrooms with toothbrushes. They both grumbled, snatching the papers. Naruto's eyes scanned his own final exam placement score, and a whoop of pure, unadulterated joy tore from his throat. B+. I got a B+. Who's the dead last now? Ha 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 hack. Irika's final whack sent him stumbling forward, but the laughter of the class couldn't touch him. He saw the quick, almost invisible smile on Irika's face as the man continued handing out their scores. In their own world, Ino and Sakura giggled over their top marks, while Sasuke sat like a carved statue, staring at his 98% with furrowed brows. Hinata Hyuga stared at her own perfect 100%, the girl flinching as a random boy cheered loudly with his friends. She brushed her long hair aside and stuffed her sheet in her bag without a thought. Shikamaru, hands buried deep in his pockets, let out a low groan that was almost a sigh. AB plus. How the hell did you manage that? Naruto? Your brain usually operates at the speed of a snail on vacation. Hey, Naruto snapped before feeling Choji pat him on the shoulder. Choji, wiping a smear of potato chip grease from his chin with the back of his hand, leaned in. Nice job, Naruto, he said, his voice sincere. The bell shrieked, a sound that shattered the classroom's tense quiet. A tidal wave of students surged into the hallway, a current of joy, anxiety, and relief. Some brandished their papers like banners, their faces alight with the promise of praise. Others shuffled with heavy steps, the weight of failure hanging over the few with bad grades. Naruto gathered his things and moved against the tide of students, waving Shino goodbye as the Aburame met with his own parents. He stepped out into the academy hallway and saw her, Sakura, standing on her tiptoes to peer over the crowd, her pink hair a bright beacon in the sea of brown and black. Naruto's heart did a familiar backflip. He smoothed his jacket, took a deep breath, and pushed forward. Hey, Sakura-chan, wait up. She turned, her green eyes scanning him for a split second before flicking past him, searching. Naruto? Have you seen Sasuke-kun? He left before I could talk to him. The bubble of pride in Naruto's chest popped. Oh no, he's probably already gone. He held out his paper. But look, I got a B plus. That's a huge improvement, right? I'm not that same Dash. Yeah. Move it then, Sakura snapped, shoving the paper out of her face and shouldering past him without a second glance. Satoge-kun. Naruto stood frozen, the crumpled paper in his hand feeling heavy and useless. He watched as she caught up to Sasuke, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she fell in a step beside him, chattering away. Sasuke didn't look at her. He didn't even acknowledge her presence. He just kept walking, a black storm cloud of silent disdain. Naruto's shoulders slumped. The thrill of victory evaporated, leaving behind the bitter aftertaste of rejection. A familiar, bitter thought crept into the back of his mind, a whisper that was always there. Even if you're not last, you're still just Naruto. The boy made his way out of the academy, ignoring everyone, kicking rocks as he approached the exit. What's with the long face? Jiraiya asked. The Sannin leaned against the wall, a smug grin on his face. He was like an unmovable object in the stream of students, a sea of children flowing around him. His arms were crossed, and he held a small, neatly wrapped box in one hand. Naruto's face lit up. Jiraiya, you came. Of course I came, Jiraiya said, pushing off the wall. Wouldn't miss the big day. I see you pulled off a B+. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Naruto's chest puffed out. That's what I said. Wait until next year. I'll be top of the class. Jiraiya nodded and beckoned him forward. Small, I don't want to be seen around here for too long. As they walked away from the academy, the noise of the crowd fading behind them, Naruto's good mood began to return. Even if he didn't have everything he wanted, he was on his way, ever so slowly. Line break. The shrill sound of an alarm clock ripped through the darkness, the buzzing causing Naruto to groan. His hand lazily shot out from beneath a mountain of tangled sheets and slammed down on the clock's snooze button. 5 a.m. Naruto's one eye glared at the digital numbers from beneath the blanket. He growled and rolled over harshly. Absolutely not. 10 more minutes, he croaked. Then, from the kitchen, the cheerful digital jingle of a rice cooker announcing its completion. It was an alarm he couldn't silence. TCH, Naruto, you insistent bastard. Naruto croaked, cursing his past self for trapping the current in this unfortunately productive predicament. With a groan, Naruto kicked away the blankets and rolled out of bed. His feet hit the cool wooden floor with a soft thud. Dressed in a faded t-shirt and boxers, he shuffled into the kitchen, his movements sluggish and his eyes squeezed shut. He jabbed the keep warm button, silencing the machine's victory song. His next destination was the bathroom. He took a quick shower to wash away some of the drowsiness, and right back in his room, he pulled on a fresh set of clothes. A clean orange t-shirt and his usual dark pants. Then it was back to the kitchen. The night before prep made the process efficient. The pre-cooked chicken, still in its container, was sliced with precision and ready beforehand. That left the easy stuff. The boy went to work. A few minutes later, and in a pan, he had sizzling onions and eggs filling the small apartment with the savory aroma of a well-thought-out lunch. A far cry from the instant ramen of his younger years. He assembled the oyakodon, the steamy mixture of chicken, egg, and onion nestled over a bed of fluffy rice in a bowl. Carefully, he spooned the remainder into his bento box, sealing it with the lid. He set the empty bowl in the sink, packed his school bag, and double-checked that his homework was tucked safely inside. Once that was done, he looked at the time, 5:50 on his regular clock. Look at me. I'm making good time today, he murmured with a tired grin. At the door, Naruto stretched, his arms reaching for the ceiling, his joints popping in protest. I'm heading out, he called out to the empty apartment, the words echoing slightly in the quiet space. A habit he hadn't been able to break, regardless of whether Jiraiya was home or not. He pulled on his sandals, the click of the door latch a final, definitive sound before he stepped out into the cool, sleeping streets of Konoha. Line break. It was a beautiful morning. The trees were young and green again. The cold of winter was finally over, and the flowers were beginning to bloom. Children were being woken up by their parents for school, whereas others without families were getting ready to start their days. Overall, Komuro, a well-known shopkeeper in Konoha, thought today would be a good day. That was until he stepped outside and saw his shop had been vandalized mercilessly. His day was ruined before it could even begin. Rotten eggs, paint, and hard-to-remove glitter ravaged the front of his shop overnight. The sheer vastness of the prank was shocking. This kind of mess would take all day to clean up. He needed to write this off on his business account and file in for a D-rank mission. The man took a breath and tried to calm down. For a moment, he really thought he had a rein on his emotions. Then he blew up, started punching the air in rage, and screamed profanities and all kinds of nonsense that didn't even make sense when strung together. It wasn't long before others heard the commotion and came to investigate. His neighbors / rivals saw the mess and laughed at his expense. Damn, Komuro. Today's not your day, huh? Komuro growled and pointed a finger at them. Shut it, Kirii. I know you hired someone to mess with my shop. I'll have you reported. You fiend. Kirai put his hands up and looked offended. Hey now, I did no such thing. Komuro was not amused, and the neighbor to his right chimed in, all of this can be washed off. Just relax before you have a heart attack, old man. Shut the F dash. The man broke out into a coughing fit before finishing yelling out his profanities, with Kirai and his neighbors snickering at the old man's expense. All the while, one person was watching in the distance, smirking to himself. Naruto sat on the highest point of the roof of a nearby building, watching from a distance. The vandalism was nothing to him. The man deserved it. He and the man never got along, but one day he insulted him too far. The insult in question? Calling his mother a whore. Okay, he didn't directly call her that, but he said, the son of a whore, during their argument. The shopkeeper refused to sell to him, even though he had more than enough money, and went as far as trying to overcharge the boy. Even so, Naruto still had the money to pay. He called the boy a thief for having an absurd amount of money and refused to sell. When asked why, he called him a prankster. I haven't pranked anyone or anything in a year now, but it seems that will always follow me around, he thought to himself. He shrugged and sighed in boredom, his feet kicking back and forth on the edge. I shouldn't have stayed to watch for his reaction. I want to be early, after all. Naruto shook his head. Seeing the man flail his arms like that was worth it. He got the last laugh, and that's all he wanted. Naruto stood up and stretched his limbs, having camped there early in the morning to see the man's reaction. The reaction was so worth it. Now it was time for him to take his written exam, and it wasn't something he was looking forward to. Line break. The Academy. The Academy doors eased open with a soft whisper, barely disturbing the quiet pre-exam buzz. Naruto slipped inside, his entrance a mere ripple in the classroom's nervous energy. Irika looked up from his desk, a genuine, welcoming smile touching his lips as he caught sight of the boy. Naruto, glad you could make it early. Find a seat. Naruto's own grin was immediate and cheerful. You got it, Irika-sensei. He scanned the room, his gaze automatically seeking out a flash of pink hair. He found Sakura easily, huddled in a tight circle with Ino and a few other girls, their heads bent together as they whispered and giggled, lost in their own world. A familiar pang of longing pricked at him as he stared at his crush. It couldn't be helped. The optimal seating arrangement for minimal distraction is often located near the rear center of the classroom. Naruto jumped, the boy spinning around, startled. Gah, Shino, don't do that. The Aburame boy stood there, his expression hidden behind his ever-present sunglasses. For a moment, they just stared at each other, before a chuckle escaped them both. I'm sorry for scaring you, Naruto, Shino apologized. Naruto shook his head and followed him to get some seating. It's fine, Shino. A tap on the shoulder would have been fine. You asked me not to do that either, remember? Shino reminded. Naruto's brow twitched at that. It was true. He had been caught off guard even then. You'd think being a censor would make that impossible, but in a room full of people, parsing one person from the next is crazy work. Or now. That is, once they were seated, Irika began circulating and placing a thick, folded exam paper on each desk. The rustle of paper filled the room as students braced themselves. Naruto unfolded his and scanned the first page, his brow furrowing. The questions on historical events, routes, and chakra theory were tougher than he'd anticipated. He'd studied, yes, but he'd poured most of his free time into a particularly tricky Fuinjutsu array from his mother's journal, convinced he'd be able to cram the academics in later. Oops, he thought, a flush of mild panic rising. Guess I should have studied this a bit more. He took a steadying breath, pushing the regret aside. All right, Uzumaki. No excuses. Just focus. You know this stuff. Mostly. For the most part, he did know this stuff. Plenty of time has passed now. Compared to a couple of years ago, he's sure he's the best there is around, having the Sannin as a personal instructor and all. Of course, showing off too much would alert the parents and cause fear of him to spread. The most he'd allowed were average scores. Even so, it made it difficult for him to get the attention he actually wanted from his peers, and it was even more difficult to understand how much better he was than the rest of the class. Save for Hinata and Sasuke, he's surely better than everyone else by a lot. He glanced at the back of Sakura's head when the thought, as arrogant as it was, surfaced. Being average did not save his reputation. He's not a failure, but now he's just him. Nothing special. Even being as book smart as her in a couple of areas did him no favors. He turned the page and paused when he saw a blank sheet. Oh crap, I finished already? Mun, that was fast. I flew past this like nothing, the boy thought, going back over his other sheets to see if he was perhaps mistaken, but they were all done. I must have been in the zone or something. I wonder. He peered over his elevated desk to see Shikamaru was doing pencil tricks with his hand, his sheets turned over to prevent cheating. Save for Choji, who was sneaking glances at a sheet the Nara had hidden on his lap for the boy to see. No surprise there, Naruto thought with a sigh. You finished? Shino asked. Yeah, Naruto murmured. Need help? With one thing, Shino said quietly. Naruto grinned at that and slid one of his sheets off his side of the desk and passed it to Shino. It was strange being asked for help by Shino of all people. It used to be the other way around. No doubt, the boy was stuck on the one category everyone hates. Fuinjutsu theory. Line break. The timer went off, and Irika was immediately collecting work and stacking the finished exams. Naruto watched the man as he did, the boy leaning on a nearby desk after turning his work in. Then, out of nowhere, a heavy arm clamped down on his shoulder. What's the matter, Uzumaki? Kiba asked, not looking so confident. Naruto wrenched himself free, turning to face him. Mind your business. I'm confident. I bet I got a better score than you. Kiba scoffed, his eyes narrowing. This is only the written crap. You and I both know I'm still the better fighter, the better ninja. Don't get cocky with me. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. We haven't had a spar in forever. And who said I was ever trying in any of our bouts? Huh, really? You want to go there? How about the fact that I was told not to use my clan's specialty on you after what happened last time? Kiba snapped back with a toothy, irritated grin. Akamaru was barking on his shoulder, the pup peering out of the hoodie to say his piece. Will you two shut up? A voice cut through right before Naruto could respond. Both boys froze. They knew that voice. Naruto turned and found Sakura standing there with her arms crossed and her expression impassive. Ino hovered beside her, both their eyes fixed on something just past Naruto and Kiba's heads. Sasuke, so absorbed in his verbal sparring with Kiba, Naruto hadn't noticed the desk he was leaning on was the Uchihas. Sakura's gaze wasn't on him at all. Why do you two argue like this at all? I swear, it's like you're fighting over who's got second place. It's sad, Ino said with a wave. Kiba scowled, says you. You aren't exactly on top either. Naruto ignored the two when Sakura was suddenly in front of him, leaning forward. Her expression was focused, like she was noticing something. It made the blonde flush and lean back only a little, yet he didn't retreat fully. Ah, Sakura-chan. Naruto stuttered. Move, Sakura said, her voice flat. Naruto blinked in confusion. Vuvuka. Before Naruto could react, she grabbed his face and shoved him aside, the boy stumbling as she made her way to sit next to Sasuke. Of course, Naruto's foot caught on the desk mid-stumble, and he went down the stairs in a brief tumble before landing on something soft and yielding. Ack! Ow! Naruto hissed, clutching the back of his head and sitting up as the kids around him chuckled at the sight. He pushed himself up with gritted teeth and paused when he felt he'd landed on a backpack, the sound of crushing plastic and paper beneath him. He looked up and saw an angry Hinata glaring down at him, and he flinched. Oh. Hinata's eyes weren't even on him. They were in her bag. There was a flash of anxiety and then rage before it was smoothed out. Naruto-san, are you okay? She gritted out. Naruto rolled off her bag and nodded. Cup. Sorry about that. I'm Yufine. Hinata ignored what he'd said to glare at Sakura, who was gushing over Sasuke. That stupid civilian girl, I swear. All around, the kids were laughing or jeering, and Irika approached with a look of concern and annoyance. What happened? The man asked. Naruto-san was pushed dash. I tripped. Naruto cut off, scratching the back of his head. I lost my footing. Hinata gave the blonde a look, and Naruto sent her a pleading look. She pursed her lips and let out a frustrated sigh, her fist against her cheek as she leaned on her elbow. What he said. I see, Irika said with a sigh of his own. All right, back to your seats, everyone. The second part of the exam will begin soon. Irika walked back to his desk, and Naruto let out a breath of relief. Ah, thanks, Hinata. I dash. You need to grow a spine, Uzumaki, Hinata said, waving her hand in dismissal. Naruto blinked. Ashu. You let her get away with too much. And this time, I'm paying for it, Hinata murmured, gesturing to her bag. Naruto stared down at her bag, now filled with her spilled lunch, and flinched. I've got a yakidan in my bag. You can have it. Sorry about your food. It's Sakura who should be apologizing for ruining my things, not you. You can keep your lunch, Uzumaki. I'll be fine, Hinata grumbled. Naruto nodded, walking back to his desk feeling guilty, and passing Sakura and Ino, who were gushing over Sasuke, he felt a surge of anger. I feel like such an idiot, he thought bitterly. As soon as I get out of this place, everything changes. One more day. The kids were moved into the next classroom soon after for this specific test. Mizuki and another instructor, Koda, presided over the practical portion of the exam. All right, listen up. Mizuki's voice cut through the low murmur. Araka Sensei is busy grading, so we'll be handling the practical exams, starting with the transformation jutsu. Form a single line. We'll call you up one by one. A shuffling of chairs and feet followed, the students organizing themselves into a nervous, fidgety line. Sakura, predictably, was near the front, her chin held high. Sakura Harino, Mizuki called out. She stepped forward, a quick, confident smirk thrown in Sasuke's direction before she focused. The poof of smoke was clean, and when it cleared, a perfect replica of Irika stood before them, right down to the scar across his nose. Excellent. A perfect score, Mizuki noted, marking his clipboard. The smoke cleared, revealing Sakura beaming. Thank you, Sensei. She immediately turned to Sasuke. Did you see that, Sasuke-kun? I was perfect, wasn't I? Sasuke, already called next, didn't even spare her a glance. He just strode to the front, and with an effortless swirl of leaves, became an identical Mizuki. Oh, look at that. You got my form down pretty well, Sasuke, Mizuki said with a grin. Bonus points. The class chuckled at that, and Sasuke turned back with a slight grin, walking back to the line. Naruto watched the exchange silently, rolling his eyes. Seriously? He barely did anything impressive. Talk about favoritism. Naruto Uzumaki, Mizuki called, his voice flat. Naruto jumped at that and stepped forward, a smirk playing on his lips. Ugh, let's do this, he thought with a grin. He channeled his chakra, the transformation poofing into existence with a confident swirl of smoke. When it cleared, the third Hokage stood before them, the old man's likeness captured in every detail, the wrinkles around his eyes, the slight slump of his shoulders, the authoritative yet grandfatherly presence that commanded the entire village. It was perfect. He'd been practicing this for a while now. Mizuki's eyes narrowed, his gaze sweeping over the transformation like a hawk searching for any imperfection. He checked the placement of the Hokage's hat, the length of the robes, the exact shade of the pipe held between its lips. He was hunting for a flaw, any telltale sign of the old prankster Naruto he so desperately wanted to expose. But there was nothing. It was flawless. A flicker of annoyance crossed Mizuki's face before he schooled his features into a mask of indifference. He cleared his throat, a loud, deliberate sound that drew the attention of the entire class. Well, decent, Uzumaki. I suppose even a dead clock is right twice a day. He looked the boy up and down and shrugged. The posture is a bit stiff, and the old man has a bit more gravitas than you're giving him credit for. But it's passable. Next. A few snickers rippled through the room at Mizuki's backhanded compliment, and boy, did the intended sting hit its mark. Naruto's jaw tightened, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Passable. I was perfect. I spent more time with the Hokage than anyone here. Naruto mentally exploded as he walked back to the line, his transformation dissolving mid-stride. I hate that teacher. He's always doing that, like I'm not good enough. I think it was perfect, Naruto, Shino murmured. Yeah, well, tell Professor Buzzkill over there to ease up on the critique. I can't wait to finally be a ninja and get the heck out of this place, Naruto muttered angrily. Once everyone had demonstrated their transformation, Mizuki cleared his throat. All right, next up is the clone jutsu. For this, we'll need a bit more space. Sasuke, you're with me. We'll come get the rest of you one at a time. Everyone else, stay here and wait quietly. The classroom door slid shut behind Sasuke and Mizuki, and the carefully maintained silence immediately shattered. A wave of chatter erupted, but Naruto tuned it out, his gaze fixed on the spot where Sakura and her friends were now in a heated, whispered debate about who would be lucky enough to be on Sasuke's team. Oh, right, team placement. I hadn't even given that much thought. Naruto thought, a sudden surge of anxiety washing over him. Who's going to get me? Or I guess, who am I going to get? I want to be on a team with Sakura and Shino. Yeah, we'd be great together. Naruto thought, imagining the three of them. Of course, Sakura doesn't like bugs, so there would be a bumpy ride. Of course, he imagined himself helping her to get over her fear. And of course, his imagination ran wild with the possibility of him becoming her hero for it. Childish dreams. A small smile appeared on his face as he fantasized. All right, cross my fingers and hope for the best, I guess. Naruto rested his head on his arms, eyelids heavy as he attempted to block out the classroom chatter. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is his ace in the hole, Jiraiya's personal gift. He wasn't worried about this part of the test either. His focus wavered, drawn against his will to the quiet tension at the edge of the room. Kiba, his usual boisterous energy replaced by something hesitant, was approaching Hinata's desk. A couple of other boys, perched nearby, nudged each other and snickered, their attention shifting between the unfolding drama and the front of the class. Even Shikamaru, head propped on his hand, had one eye cracked open, watching with his usual weary curiosity. Choji, munching on a bag of chips, simply observed, his expression unreadable. Akamaru was gently placed on the floor as Kiba took a steadying breath. He ran a hand through his hair, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow that he quickly tried to wipe away on his sleeve. He approached her desk, his shadow falling over her textbook. Hey, Hinata. Hinata looked up, her expression composed. Inuzuka-san, she murmured. Just Kiba, he corrected, a nervous grin tugging at his lips. Listen, I was thinking after the exam, maybe we could grab some food together. The girl thought about it for a moment, and the very notion of there even being thought put into it made the Inuzuka freeze up. Sorry, but I can't, Hinata said softly. I appreciate the invite, but I've got responsibilities at home to take care of. Kiba stiffened and nodded robotically. Igriega. Cool. See ya. He quickly snatched Akamaru up and shuffled away, his face flush with embarrassment. Didami, what was I thinking? A few rows back, Choji crunched loudly on a chip. Ouch. That was smoother than a kunai in the back, but it still stung. Shikamaru let his hand fall from his face with a soft thud. She didn't say no, he murmured. She said she can't. There's a difference. Kiba, trudging back to his seat, paused, his head tilted as he caught Shikamaru's quiet words. He looked from Minara to Choji, who gave him an almost imperceptible nod and a chip crumbly thumbs up. A slow grin spread across Kiba's face, transforming his earlier defeat into a newfound determination. You're right. She's not rejecting me. She's just playing hard to get because of her stuffy clan. I just gotta show her I'm worth breaking the rules for. Shikamaru let his head hit the desk with a soft groan. He just had to open his mouth. Naruto, in the background, rolled his eyes. And you call me persistent? You are, Kiba snapped, pointing at the blonde. I have a better chance with Hinata than you do with Sakura, and you know it. Unlike Sakura, Hinata isn't into anyone. Naruto waved his hand. Whatever. Huh. No gambak. See, Kiba said with a chuckle, sitting back in his seat. Naruto grits his teeth. He didn't have a comeback, as much as he wanted one. Line break. 1 hour later. A light tug on his ear pulled Naruto from his doze. His eyes snapped open, glaring, only to soften as he caught sight of Irika-sensei gesturing from the doorway. Let's go, Naruto. You're up. All right, coming. Naruto yelled, stumbling over his own feet in his haste to stand, which only drew a fresh wave of snickers from the class. Kiba, of course, had to add a sharp jab of his own. Naruto's ears burned, but he squared his shoulders and strode out of the room, pointedly ignoring them. Ino sighed, her voice laced with condescending pity. He's hopeless. Sakura nodded in swift agreement before both girls immediately turned their attention back to their hushed conversation about Sasuke and which team he'd undoubtedly be placed on. Naruto was led into another classroom. The desks were stacked against the walls, leaving a wide, empty space. At the front, Mizuki and Irika sat behind a long table. Between them, a neat row of polished Konoha headbands gleamed under the fluorescent lights. Naruto planted his feet, crossing his arms with a smirk. All right, let's get this over with. Irika met his gaze with an unreadable expression, simply nodding. Get ready, Naruto. This is it. The next 10 minutes were a blur of practiced movements. They ran him through the standard E-rank jutsu, replacement, body flicker, rope escape, and Naruto executed each one with a precision that bordered on effortless. It all boiled down to the final requirement. All right, Naruto, Mizuki said, leaning forward slightly. Perform the clone jutsu. Naruto's hands moved in a fluid, familiar sequence. Sound, boar, dog, bird, monkey, sound. He slammed his palm to the floor. Shadow clone jutsu. Instead of the pitiful puff of smoke and single, one copy he was supposed to make, a massive cloud engulfed the center of the room. When it cleared, 20 solid, identical Narutos stood shoulder to shoulder, each one grinning with the same cocky energy. Mizuki shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. What in the dash? Irika, however, simply raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. He was less shocked and more analytical. Surprise, the original Naruto offered with a sheepish chuckle. How the hell did you get your hands on that jutsu? Mizuki demanded, his voice tight. That's a forbidden technique. Irika held up a hand, silencing him. Hold on, Mizuki. He turned his gaze to the line of clones. The test is to create a viable clone. These are without a doubt clones. The specifics of the jutsu used weren't stipulated in the regulations. He looked back at Mizuki. From a purely technical standpoint, he passed. Mizuki scoffed, his eyes narrowing on Naruto. Technically, this isn't some cheap parlor trick. This is a kenjutsu. Where did you learn it? Who gave you the scroll? He was leaning over the desk now, his intensity palpable. The nervous energy from the earlier written exam came flooding back. Damn it, Naruto thought, shouldn't have shown off. My godfather taught me, Naruto said, his voice a bit rougher than he intended. He was getting impatient. Mizuki's expression soured with confusion. Godfather? Don't be ridiculous, Uzumaki. Who are you protecting? Look, are we done here or not? Naruto snapped, his frustration boiling over. The clone thing worked, right? So I passed, right? He jabbed a finger toward the table of headbands. Give me one and let me go. Mizuki opened his mouth to protest, but Irika cut him off with a sharp sigh. He's right. The jutsu is effective, and he performed it. He passed. He picked up one of the metal plates from the table and tossed it underhand to Naruto. Congratulations, Genin. Naruto snatched the headband from the air, a wide grin spreading across his face. Took you long enough. He didn't wait for a dismissal, turning and striding out of the room, leaving Mizuki sputtering and Irika watching the doorway with a thoughtful expression. When Naruto re-entered the main classroom, the atmosphere shifted. All eyes turned to him, to the metal plate now clutched in his hand. A bit of silence as he walked through, Irika close behind. Kiba, you're up next, Irika announced. Line break. 2 hours later. The bell's final chime echoed through the halls, signaling the end of an era. The classroom erupted in a chaos of scraping chairs and jubilant shouts, the air thick with the scent of cheap chalk and nervous sweat. Paper rustled as students clutched their graded exams, their faces a mixture of relief, disappointment, and quiet pride. I can't believe it, Kiba grumbled, jabbing a finger at his paper, which had a large, angry 82 scrawled across the top. 82. How'd I get 82? He shot a glare at Naruto, who was tucking his own exam into his bag with a casual flourish. You probably got like a 50. Shikamaru, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, glanced over. Naruto got a 92. Kiba's face went through a remarkable transformation, from annoyed to utterly outraged. 92. No way. You're lying, Shikamaru. It's true. Choji piped up, mouth full of chips. I saw it. You totally beat him, Naruto. A grin spread across Naruto's face, but he tried to play it cool. It was nothing. Just studied a bit. Studied my ass, Kiba muttered, stuffing his paper into his bag with more force than necessary. Whatever. The written part doesn't matter anyway. It's all about being a real shinobi. As they pushed through the doorway and into the crowded hallway, a soft voice cut through the din Naruto-san. Naruto turned to see Hinata, walking beside a stern-faced man with the Hyuga clan's distinctive features. Her eyes met his for a brief moment before lowering respectfully. Oh, hey, Hinata. I just wanted to thank you for the Oyakodon earlier, she said. It was surprisingly well put together. Sure, and sorry for earlier, he said with a wave. Hinata waved it off and followed her retainer out of the building in a separate direction. You shared your lunch with her? Kiba asked. I fell on hers, remember? Naruto grumbled. Kiba thought about it, and both he and Choji laughed at the memory of Sakura's hand harshly shoving the blonde's face out of the way. Oh, right? I thought you only crushed her homework. Man, that was priceless. Naruto only glared at the path ahead as he endured yet another bout of mockery from his classmate. He had half a mind to duke it out with the Inuzuka, but before he could act on it, the bot was waving his test score to his mother, rushing over to be greeted by his family. Shikamaru was swept up by his own father, a tired-looking man with the same pineapple hair, while Choji was enveloped by the warm, booming presence of the Akimichi clan leader. Naruto stood alone in the middle of it all, a spectator to a world of family and tradition he could only observe from a distance. Not that he was jealous, but still, knowing who his mother was, it made him wonder what it would be like to have something more consistent in his life. Shino's father suddenly stepped forward out of nowhere, startling the blonde. Naruto-san, he said, his voice deep and measured. Shino has spoken highly of you. He considers you a true friend. Naruto blinked, taken aback. Oh, thanks. My son has not had many friends while attending the academy, so I wanted to thank you for being there for him. Shibi continued, his gaze unwavering. If you ever need anything, our doors are open, Naruto. Naruto's mind raced. He wasn't expecting this development at all. He knew the man approved of him, but not by this much. It brightened the blonde's day. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Shibi nodded, before turning and walking away with a silent Shino in tow. Naruto watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. This was new. This was good. Haruta's world narrowed to the damning red circle and the 24% scrawled across his exam paper. The numbers blurred through a sheen of hot, fearful tears. No, 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 he murmured, pacing around. He'll kill me. He's going to beat me until I can't stand. His father's face swam in his mind's eye, not angry, but worse, disappointed. Cold. Hours. Dad spent hours with me on the clone jutsu, and somehow I messed it up 3 times. 3. He crumpled the paper in a white-knuckled fist, the sound of his own pulse a frantic drumbeat in his ears. He started pacing, a frantic, caged animal in the corner of the room. 3 steps to the wall, pivot, 3 steps back. Haruta. The boy whirled at the voice, seeing Mizuki standing there, a hand on his hip. The instructor's expression was one of profound, shared understanding, a charming, sad smile playing on his lips. It's a tough day, Mizuki said softly. I've seen it happen. The pressure, sometimes it just gets to be too much right when it counts. Haruta could only manage a choked sob in response, his throat too tight for words. Mizuki walked up and squeezed his shoulder. Listen, the classroom isn't the only place a ninja proves his worth. Sometimes the real test is about who's willing to take a risk when no one else will. He glanced around the bustling room, then leaned in closer. My office. In 10 minutes. I think I can help you. He straightened up, giving Haruta one last, reassuring nod before melting back into the crowd of graduating students. Haruta tried to calm his breathing. A second chance? Does he mean it? The question wasn't even a factor for the boy, nor was the doubt. He was already following the man. There was no way he could go home without a passing grade. Line break. 2 hours later, Naruto's residence. The letter crackled under Naruto's thumb, the worn crease deepening with his third pass over it. Jiraiya wouldn't make it. A familiar sting pricked behind his eyes, hot and sharp. The disappointment flared, then just as quickly fizzed out, leaving behind that same old hollow ache. He let the paper slip from his fingers to land with the bills on the counter. So much for that. Naruto muttered to the silence, the words barely disturbing the air. Guess I've got nothing better to do than listen to his neighbors celebrate their son's graduation. The thought soured the apartment, tasting of bitter loneliness. He hated this feeling, this perpetual state of looking in on lives filled with warmth and laughter. It was a constant, grating reminder of the empty chair across from him. Fresh air. He needed it. Naruto grabbed the flimsy fold-out chair from the closet, the metal frame rattling like a skeleton's bones as he wrestled it through the doorway. He set it up on his small balcony and sank into it, the chair groaning under his weight as he leaned his head back against the cool concrete wall. The sun was bleeding out across the horizon, streaks of orange and purple painting the vast canvas of the sky. A breeze, gentle at first, drifted by, carrying the scent of charcoal grills and distant, happy shouts. It should have been peaceful, but just felt loud. "Hey, Naruto!" A familiar voice cut through his gloom, and Naruto leaned forward, peering over the railing. Down below, Irika stood on the street, a wide grin splitting his face as he looked up. "Feel like celebrating? Ramen's on me." A grin, sudden and real, stretched across Naruto's face. Before Irika could even register the movement, Naruto vaulted over the railing. Irika's heart jumped into his throat, a panicked shout catching there as he watched the boy plant his feet against the wall and kick off. He used the momentum to swing down in a smooth, controlled arc, landing with a soft thud that seemed impossible. For a second, a single, fleeting second, Irika had forgotten. This wasn't the same clumsy kid who used to trip over his own feet. Naruto sauntered up to him, hands shoved deep in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. "Lead the way." Line break. Steam rose from Naruto's bowl, clouding his face as he slurped down noodles with focused enthusiasm. Irika watched from across the counter, a small smile playing on his lips. The boy was still a whirlwind of chopsticks and enthusiastic slurping sounds, but something had changed. The spray of broth was contained, the strained noodles fewer. A marked improvement from the tsunami of ramen that used to accompany every meal. "I see you've acquired some table manners," Irika noted. Wiping down the counter beside them, chimed in before Naruto could even take a breath. "He can thank me for that. He kept talking about taking some future girlfriend on a date here, but I told him no girl deserves to be splattered with broth and egg on a first date. He's still a work in progress, though." Naruto glared, his cheeks puffed full. He swallowed hard. "Hey, I'm eating cleaner," he protested, waving his chopsticks for emphasis. "I am just smirked. Not clean enough. And if you don't slow down, You're going to choke before you can even ask anyone out. A chuckle came from the kitchen doorway as Tucci emerged, placing a steaming bowl in front of Irika. Give him a break, I am. The kids celebrating. He turned to Irika. And I put in that extra seasoning you like, Sensei. It was the last of the batch, so savor it. Irika's appreciation was a simple, heartfelt nod before he dug in. I am leaned against the counter. So, how does it feel to finally wear that headband? Naruto's answer came without hesitation, a brilliant grin splitting his face. It feels great, believe it. One step closer to Chunin. Irika nearly sprayed his own mouthful of broth. Easy there, Naruto. You just became a genin. No way, Naruto insisted, slamming his chopsticks down for emphasis. First chance I get, I'm taking a promotion, however it's supposed to come. The sooner I'm a Chunin, the better. Irika sighed, the steam from his bowl fogging his glasses. Naruto, sharing the same rank as me. That would be interesting. He cleared his throat. We'll see, Naruto. Let's just focus on the present, yeah? Sure thing, Naruto grinned. Line break. Training ground 4. After his lunch, he and Irika parted ways. With the academy closed for the rest of the week, the training grounds called to him like a siren's song. But he wasn't just there to burn off energy. He was chasing a breakthrough. The jutsu he wrestled with was his own creation, a barrier armament born from the pages of his mother's journal. It was meant to be a shield, a living extension of his will capable of deflecting weak ninjutsu. His mother deemed it a fool's errand, as, at the time, she had no idea how to engineer an automated formula that could both store the chakra for the user and command it to utilize the chakra stored for the barrier. And then there's shaping the damn thing. Naruto felt he could figure it out, but only because later in her journal, she herself comes with a theory that could work for such barrier ninjutsu. She was never able to put to the test, though. That left her little blonde heir to inherit the issue, and he tackled it head on, not realizing how complicated this task really was. Sure, he's extremely talented with Fuinjutsu, enough to make Chunin scratch their heads in the academy. But this isn't some school project. This is the real deal. Unlike his favorite cousin of the Barrier Art series, Personalized Barrier, this one doesn't act like a protective cage. It has to hold without the restrictions of dimension. That in of itself makes it impossible, the boy thought to himself while looking down at his formulas. Ok, let's narrow this down one more time. He took a breath and weaved a few hand signs. Shadow, clone jutsu. A perfect copy popped into existence, already knowing the drill without a word. The clone hopped back, hands weaving through the familiar seals of a basic water technique. Ready when you are, boss, the clone said, a smirk playing on its lips. Naruto hummed, transplanting the seal onto his forearm and planting his feet, bringing his forearm up. The ink on his arm glowed, and a shimmering, semi-transparent shield sprang to life, humming with contained energy. The clone nodded and finished its jutsu. Water-style toad gun. A concentrated blast of water shot from the clone's mouth, striking and sending Naruto skidding back. The shield webbed and cracked apart before dissolving. He looked down at his arm and scowled. What was left of the stored chakra was being absorbed back into his body, per its design. Even still, that was Disappointing. I thought it would at least take more than that, he thought with disappointment. He wiped the remaining ink away with a grunt of frustration and walked back to his open scroll. Let's try this. More angular focus, less raw projection. He carefully transferred the new pattern onto his arm and jumped his feet. All right, again. He summoned another clone, dispelling the first, and the two once again lined themselves up. He raised his arm, the new seal flaring to life. The shield appeared, thinner this time, almost translucent. Water style, Toad Bullet, the clone shouted, unleashing a more powerful, condensed stream of water. Naruto braced himself, and the jutsu blasted straight through the shield and sent the boy flying back. He hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop with a frustrated groan. God damn it, he gasped, rolling on his side and going in a coughing fit. The clone doubled over, howling with laughter. Oh crap, that was priceless. You look like a soaked cat. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, soaked and seething. Shut up, you Dash. Whoa there. Insulting your image is a bit much, don't you think? I am you. After all, the clone said, striking a pose. By then, Naruto was already stalking up to it before delivering a slap to the face that dispelled it. He flinched at the memory sent back to him, but brushed it off. That was useless. It didn't even last a second. Using myself as a guinea pig isn't as wise as I thought. He looked back at the scroll before deciding he didn't mind exerting energy tonight. There's no school tomorrow anyway. He took a breath and weaved through hand signs, and in a plume of smoke, roughly 80 clones appeared. They all assembled around the blonde, who crossed his arms and threw out a few additional scrolls. Okay, everyone, class is in session. We've had enough failures for one day. I want each group to take one scroll and test a theory. The rest of you, find a flaw in my current designs and write it down. Let's go. Yes, sir. The clones saluted before dispersing to do their tasks. Line break. 3 hours later. Time stretched and blurred under the cold moon. The training ground had become a theater of disappointment. Clones vanished in huffs of smoke, their final thoughts, shattered seals, misrouted chakra, angles that just wouldn't hold, crashing back into Naruto's head in a confusing rush. The ground was a patchwork of displaced grass and mud where water jutsu had struck. It was chaos. In the middle of it all, Naruto sat, his legs crossed, eyes shut. He was wading through the flood of information from his clones. He'd found 3 ideas that seemed promising, but the clones testing them were failing just like the others. The shield would appear sturdy and take the brunt of the jutsu just fine now. However, the chakra placed into the formula wouldn't keep it steady before jutsu would land, leading to hilarious mishaps. Then, something changed. It wasn't a noise he heard with his ears, but a flood to his sensory ability. A sudden, sharp disturbance in the village's usual chakra rhythm. The steady, low thrum of the village at rest was suddenly replaced by a dozen distinct flares of chakra, all igniting at once and cutting through the night from different parts of the village. They were all moving with a single, clear purpose. It was a silent, massive alarm bell that only he could hear. The rush of this new sense data was so overwhelming that even his clones stopped working. Even their fragmented sensory abilities were picking up this change. What in the world? Naruto breathed, his eyes opening now. He scrambled to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the dark line of trees at the edge of the training ground. Why is the village suddenly wide alert? He murmured aloud. Keep going, he commanded his clones, his voice a low, urgent hiss. Figure out why the angled approach isn't working. I'll be back. Huh, but we want to dash. The complaining clone was suddenly slapped in the back of the head by another, this one giving a thumbs up, ignoring the dispersing of his twin. Don't worry, boss. We've got this. Naruto ignored the strange behavior of his clone and moved without making a sound. In a blur of orange against the deep shadows of the forest, his sensor abilities locked onto the frantic, flickering pulse. He locked onto it, changing direction from the village to a small clearing in the woods. And then he saw him. A boy, hunched over a massive scroll that dwarfed his small frame. His chakra was a mess of fear and frantic energy. Naruto recognized the signature from the classroom, a weak, watery thing he'd barely registered before. Naruto, the kid who always sat in the back. Naruto watched, hidden in the foliage, as the memory dump from his clones continued to flow in. The chakra dispersal is too rapid, one clone's report stated. The seal can't contain the output. Another, we need a stabilizing matrix, secondary array to act as a shock absorber. He absorbed it all, his mind processing two streams of information at once. Below, Haruto was flipping through the scroll with desperate haste, his fingers tracing lines of text that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He recognized the formatting, the stark warning kanji bordering the diagrams. Forbidden jutsu, kenjutsu. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. The village-wide alert wasn't random. It was for this kid, for this scroll. Mon, I'd be a hypocrite for jumping him for learning kenjutsu, but I don't think he was gifted this scroll, so maybe I should step in. Yeah, he probably stole this thing. I might get rewarded for dash. Oh, I'd be a hero and everything. Naruto thought with selfish glee. He could see it now. His classmates praised him for preventing a village security crisis, bringing in a rogue classmate, and saving the day. Sakura at his arm finally, Ino too, I guess, and Sasuke pouting in some corner somewhere. Naruto didn't hesitate for a second. He dropped from the branch, landing in a soft crouch directly behind Haruta. The sudden displacement of air made the boy yelp, scrambling back and tripping over the scroll's edge. Gah, don't dash. I haven't even dash. Haruta's panicked words died in his throat as he looked up. His wide eyes focused on Naruto's face, the orange jacket, the familiar whisker marks. He sagged, the tension draining out of him in a visible rush. Naruto. Naruto stood slowly, the blonde tilting his head in confusion. Do I know you? Annoyance crossed Haruta's face at that. It's Haruta. We're in the same class. Dead last, remember? He gestured vaguely at the academy's direction. Naruto tilted his head up in thought, the face slowly connecting to the name. The quiet one who always flinched during the taijutsu drills. Ah, right? You're that one kid. Haruta glared at that. I'm Ferute. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Yeah. Haruta, sorry. So, what are you doing with that thing, Haruta-kun? Haruta stiffened at the sing-song manner of Naruto's tone, but swallowed and decided to be truthful. Maybe he'd help. A sensei gave it to me. He said if I learned one technique from it, he'd pass me. Naruto blinked. A teacher gave you a dash. Naruto leaned forward, reading the forbidden kanji on it. A forbidden scroll. Haruta flinched at Naruto's tone. Igiriga. Sensei told me there was a jutsu in here to help me pass the exam. Naruto rolled his eyes. There's no one in the world that's stupid. No shinobi in the village would hand a scroll full of dash. And how did you even get your hands on it? It would have been locked up. Haruta puffed his chest out. Me and Mizuki did it together. He distracted the guards, and I dash. Hang on. Naruto stared at the boy, who was paling slowly. So you're a co-conspirator? Haruta looked down at the scroll and shook his head. And no, that's not what I'm dash. Naruto held up a hand and turned in another direction suddenly. Mizuki was coming. He could feel the man's chakra getting closer. Forget it. We need to put it back, Naruto said quickly, stepping forward. Stay back, Haruta snapped, drawing a kunai and clutching the scroll with his other arm. I know what this looks like, but I'm trying to pass. That's all. Pass what? Are you seriously dash? Naruto cut himself off, deciding arguing with this idiot was just not worth it. But even taking him down would make things look weird. It was then that Mizuki landed in a huff, just on the edge of the clearing. Both boys froze. The man didn't say anything initially. He was obviously not expecting Naruto to be here. I could play dumb, cut myself off from the brat. No, Haruta may have spilled everything, or I could frame them both. But I need the scroll, so... Mizuki's mind was racing, and Naruto could see it. Haruta stepped forward hesitantly, holding out the scroll. And Mizuki-sensei, we did it. I haven't learned anything from the scroll yet, but if you'll give me a little dash. Before he could finish, Mizuki's arm blurred, the man sending a flurry of shuriken at both Naruto and Haruta. Both boys were forced to react, Haruto being unlucky and too slow. Naruto, having been drilled by his insane godfather, whipped out two kunai and deflected the racing kunai like clockwork, dashing away from the ones he couldn't fully deal with. Mizuki, what the hell? Naruto yelled, understanding the situation immediately. His adrenaline spiked right there. The silver-haired glared at the blonde, not having expected that reaction. What the hell? I was aiming to kill both of them. Since when could he react to dash? No matter. He turned to the other student and smirked. I was mostly aiming for that one anyway. Naruto followed Mizuki's gaze and felt his heart drop. Haruta was rolling and writhing around on the floor, his hands shaking as he clutched at his throat, blood pouring out of the boy relentlessly. Naruto, at a loss for words, rushed to Haruta as Mizuki strolled up to the forbidden scroll, picking it up and smirking at the sight. Hang in there, Haruta. Don't move. I'll get someone. Naruto pulled Haruta into his lap, and the boy tried to speak, but only blood came out of his mouth. The sight sent Naruto into a panic. He tried to put pressure on the boy's neck, and it only made the boy tense and try to scream in pain. Naruto opened his mouth to say something else, but words failed him again as he noticed the boy's chest is riddled with shuriken. It was then that Naruto knew the seriousness of the situation and that the boy couldn't be helped. Haruto's eyes rolled up as Naruto tried to put more pressure on his neck. And just like that, he died, his body going slack in the blonde's arms. Naruto's eyes went wide with horror, and a cold feeling washed over his body while the feeling of his racing heart took over every other sense. His vision began to tunnel, and his mind spiraled right there. Oh no. Oh God. Oh God. What did I just walk into? What's happening? Is he Dyad? I am dreaming. I'm in a nightmare. Wake up, Naruto. Wake up. Naruto sat there, trembling in horror, and stumbled back. This was too much for him, and Mizuki only chuckled, rolling his eyes at the scene. You greenhorn genin are too emotional. You wouldn't have lasted a day on the field, demon. Farewell. Naruto turned to see a large shuriken headed his way and rolled out of the way, throwing his own shuriken at the slightly surprised Mizuki, who quickly deflected the projectiles. What in the world? How did he see that coming in that state of his? Naruto felt tears run down his cheek, and he tried his best to calm himself down and think. But he was lost. This isn't like anything he's experienced before. He just witnessed a classmate die. He can't even think to perform jutsu. Mizuki growled and took a step forward when Irika landed behind him. Mizuki, did you find Dash? Haruta, Irika asked. It was then that he saw the two, Haruta's corpse and Naruto in a state of shock. Oh God, what happened? Irika asked, but Mizuki stopped him. Hold it, Irika. Naruto was in line with the boy. He killed him in cold blood for ratting him out. Careful, Mizuki said, motioning to the bloody Naruto. Irika gave Mizuki a look, and Naruto yelled, Irika, Mizuki's lying. He killed Haruta. Mizuki looked at Naruto with a glare, but Irika kept his gaze on his fellow teacher. Irika was smart, but he also wanted to trust Mizuki. They were friends, after all, but the look on Naruto's face spoke volumes. The boy is utterly traumatized. He knew not to let his guard down the moment he saw his face. Irika looked at the scroll in Mizuki's hand and frowned. We'll have Naruto questioned then. The scroll, please, Irika insisted, and Naruto gave a betrayed look. However, this was only to see if what Naruto said was true. Mizuki narrowed his eyes. I found it first, Irika. Irika narrowed his eyes at his longtime colleague. Then suddenly their hands blurred into action, and in an instant, the sound of kunai filled the area as they swung at one another, Mizuki on his back foot, blocking Irika's sudden flurry of slashes with his one free arm. Fuck! Mizuki mentally cursed, dashing back from a kunai swing aimed at his neck. Irika rushed to put more pressure on, but Mizuki tossed his brief distance to toss down a smoke bomb, giving himself more distance to strap the scroll to his back. The smoke encompassed the entirety of the small clearing, and Naruto braced himself as the smoke covered his form as well. I'm getting rid of two problems tonight, the man exclaimed, and Irika saw the hand signs impaled. Naruto, grab Haruta and get down. Irika's voice called out in the smoke. Naruto didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed his deceased classmate and ran behind a tree, hauling the corpse as though it weighed nothing. Fire style, flame bullet jutsu, yelled Mizuki, the man bathing the path before Irika. Irika flinched and rushed back, jumping into the trees as the smoking clearing was lit up in fire. Mizuki canceled the jutsu and whipped out a demon wind shuriken, carefully timing Irika's path before spinning and tossing it, the shuriken ripping through small branches and leaves. Irika's eyes widened as the shuriken curved toward him and quickly twisted his body on the next branch leap, the shuriken barely grazing him as he flipped over the projectile. Irika landed awkwardly as a result of this, and Mizuki, anticipating this, came down on the instructor with a drop kick that Irika barely blocked. The attack sent Irika off the branch and sliding down the trunk of a tree. Of course, another flurry of shuriken were thrown the man's way, forcing Irika to move again. "You're rusty, Irika. All that desk work has made you slow," Mizuki yelled as he rushed Irika, the two clashing in another exchange of knife combat. Their arms were a blur, Mizuki's speed proving to be an advantage, yet Irika's defensive form kept him in the fight just fine. The two locked kunai and grappled to stab one another. "Why, Mizuki? Why would you do this?" Mizuki gave Irika a glare. "Because I despise this village. I've been stuck in the same place for years, unable to progress. All thanks to that brat's father, being forced as an academy instructor because he gave me faulty orders." Mizuki twisted their clash and swung with a powerful kick to Irika's stomach, and Irika stumbled back, weaving backward to avoid the follow-up heel kick before flipping away. Irika coughed and glared. "Is that why you had Haruta killed? Because of his father?" Mizuki shrugged. "Nah, he was just in the way. The demon child being here was the reason he had to die. I was going to just frame him and be gone, but nothing ever goes to plan for me. Typical. Orochimaru will be pleased regardless." Irika's eyes went wide in shock. Naruto's doing the same behind cover. "Orochimaru," they both thought in unison. Mizuki cracked his neck and smirked. "No more talk. Let's make this quick. I have places to be." Irika growled, and the sound of fighting continued from where Naruto sat. All he could do was stare at the dead classmate as the reality of his profession hit him in full force. "What have I gotten myself into?" Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head. "I should have shoved him out of the way. I should have been faster. I should have been faster. I was going to turn him in for fame, and he died because I was selfish. What is wrong with me?" A pained yell from Irika brought Naruto from his pitiful state and made the boy look from around the tree to see that Irika had his back against a tree. He looked bruised, and his arm looked broken, a nasty slash running down it, making it useless. Irika spat up some blood, glaring at the smirking Chunin with rage. "You'll pay, Mizuki. You'll be caught and killed for this." Mizuki shook his head. "The trail I left has fooled most of the village. They're searching for the brat at the wrong location. I've been planning this for years, Irika. Years. It is a shame, though. I actually liked you. If only you'd have stayed the same as before, I'd have brought you along. So long, demon lover." Irika clenched his teeth and waited for the end, but it never came. Instead, He witnessed Mizuki's head knocked to the side by a powerful kick from Naruto, the Chunin stumbling and skidding away, and Naruto standing before Mizuki with a fearful but determined expression. Mizuki smirked, but it faded when he felt a trickle of blood seep from his headband and run down his temple. He tapped it and stared at it, glaring, before he looked up at Naruto and sent killing intent his way, freezing the boy in place. "I'll kill you for that, brat." Iruka put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, a steel look on his features. "Naruto, fortify your mind. Fear is one of the greatest killers in history. Don't allow it to affect you now." Naruto gave Iruka an unsure look, but Iruka had a confident expression on his face. "We'll take him down as ninjas of the hidden leaf. You aren't alone." Naruto felt the words of Iruka and nodded, stepping forward. Mizuki laughed. "What are you on about? It makes no difference to me whether I kill you separately or together. Come then, Nine Tails, show me what you can do." Naruto glared and got into a stance. "Quit calling me names, punk." "Shadow Clone Jutsu," the boy yelled, and 200 Naruto clones appeared. Mizuki's smirk vanished for a moment, his look getting serious as he was suddenly surrounded. Knowing Naruto had this jutsu made him uneasy when he first discovered this fact, but he was still a brat fresh out of the academy. 200 is a lot, though. Iruka, however, was also in a state of utter shock. T200. Most of the clones raced at Mizuki, the man being put to work immediately, while Naruto and a remaining few clones stayed. The blonde turned to a few of them, and they nodded, leaving the area to get help. I didn't have to tell him to do that. Okay, that's really good, Iruka thought, before turning to address the boy. "Ok, listen. I need you to get me close to Mizuki and to give me an opening. I just need to get close enough to slit his throat." Iruka showed Naruto the hidden kunai, and Naruto nodded in understanding, his perspective on Iruka changing as well. Not for better, but it was a needed reminder that the man had killed before. He's being trained to be a killer. This is what he signed up for. Iruka saw Naruto's resolve become solid and nodded. "Now, then, let's show Mizuki why you don't mess with Konoha." Naruto grinned, but it was quickly wiped from his face when Mizuki slaughtered all clones in his vicinity and made a beeline for them, rushing past remaining fodder clones and running through hand signs. Fire style, flame bullet. Mizuki fired a stream of fire out at the Naruto clones and Iruka, and Naruto went through hand signs of his own, surprising both Chunin present. Water style, toad gun. A concentrated jet of water raced through the flames and smashed into Mizuki's chest hard enough to send him into a tree. His Chunin vest ruptured slightly, and the man let out a yell of shock. With the scroll at his back, it felt as though he got kneed from behind as well. Ninjutsu? How does a fresh out of the academy have access to nature transformation? Iruka was surprised, but he didn't let it last as he followed the clones and watched them perform an additional technique. "Wind style, wind cyclone," yelled one. "Water style, water stream," yelled another. The two jutsu merged together to create a vortex of water and wind that raced toward the downed Mizuki. This forced the man back onto his feet and sent him running up the tree. However, the moment the jutsu hit the tree, He found that the vortex of water and wind was strong enough to rip him from the tree and send him into the air, and he hit the ground. Collaboration jutsu. What the hell is this brat? Mizuki hit the ground hard, the scroll falling out of his grasp and landing before Naruto, who was glaring at the man. Irika threw smoke bombs quickly, and the area was engulfed immediately. It was then that the clones that had been training at the training ground all came down into the smoke, about 67 clones or so. Mizuki could see them zipping around like shadows, and he had two kunai at the ready. One came from the smoke, and he effortlessly took it out with a jab of his kunai, disappointed that it wasn't the real deal. Another two came from behind, but he whirled and slashed them both well before they could get the drop on him. Predictable. Two more came, and it was the same result. Mizuki winced in pain, though. He's sure he fractured something in his back, but the adrenaline is still going, and to keep it going, he has a drug ready for use. He just needs time and space from this monster in human form. His eyes widened when he heard what seemed to be the familiar sound of a jutsu about to be cast, and he chucked one of his kunai at the source, killing another clone. Three more rushed in at the very moment, and he dodged, weaved, and expertly took them out without problem before whirling around and catching the last clone. He smirked when he saw that it was the real Naruto. Well, well, well. Arrogant little dash, the man's taunt was cut off when the blonde grappled the man's arm and slammed a heel into his cheek, sending him stumbling into Irika, whose arm blurred so fast, neither knew what happened until gurgling was heard. Naruto's eyes widened as a kunai plunged through the man's throat, and he saw Irika right behind him. You shouldn't have counted me out, Mizuki. Your arrogance has cost you. Mizuki stumbled away, clutching at his throat and seemingly trying to yell out insults and profanities, but all that came out was blood as he fell to his knees, coughing up blood before finally falling onto his stomach. Irika stared down at his former friend. I never saw him as an enemy, thought Irika sadly. Naruto stood up, clutching his throat in discomfort, and anger came over him. Yeah, that's poetic justice, you fiend. You killed an innocent child, someone who would have done things with his life. Fuck you. Naruto yelled as angry tears ran down his cheeks, but he eventually settled down when Irika placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Naruto, Haruda's death is regretful and sad, but I promise you it was not in vain. We'll inform the Hokage of this dash. Irika, people are coming. Irika nodded quickly and got defensive, and after a good minute, masked shinobi surrounded them. Irika glanced around and relaxed. Umbu. Yugao went to the corpse of Haruda immediately to check for a pulse, while Crow landed before Irika and Naruto, the blonde jumping a bit from the sudden move, but Irika kept a reassuring hand on his student. Irika went to explain, but Inu held his hand up and shook his head. No need. The Hokage had his eyes on what was happening. It's why we're here, though. It seems we're too late. Irika finally let himself sag from exhaustion, the adrenaline wearing off at that very moment, and both Naruto and the Umbu caught him. Leave him to me, Uzumaki-san. Naruto nodded and let the man take him before rushing over to where Yugao and another Umbu member were inspecting Haruda's body. See, can he be saved? Yugao was silent for a moment before standing up, her gaze moving from Haruta's corpse to Mizuki's. He's gone, she spoke coldly. The next day, Konoha Hospital. Naruto was leaving Irika's room when he saw the Hokage waiting for him outside. Naruto, we need to talk. Naruto scowled and shook his head. I told you I'm fine. I'm over it. Hiruzen shook his head and followed Naruto. No, you're not. I can see that just by looking at you. You haven't slept. Naruto scowled and went to sit in the hall, the Hokage standing over him. Listen, what happened was not your fault. Naruto sent him a glare, but it didn't hold up at all. I was right there. I could have pushed him out of the way and dash. Gotten yourself killed. Mizuki was aiming to kill, and you'd never faced an opponent trying to do so. Naruto looked away and clenched his teeth, remembering his classmate, the look of fear in his eyes, the desperate desire to live. I was once like him. Mizuki singled him out because he failed his exam. It could have been me. Imagine if it were me. I would have been killed, no different from him. Hiruzen sighed, consoling a child who'd just been thrust into something so violent, so suddenly, wasn't something he had done since trying to comfort both Orochimaru and Tsunade. He frowned at that thought. Those two were the most sensitive on his team and were the most affected by loss and witnessing it. He didn't want to fail Naruto and ruin his perception of life as he had with Orochimaru, nor did he want to be heartless and do the bare minimum as he felt he had with Tsunade. Naruto, listen, this is the shinobi world, and unfortunately, you will see a lot of injustice. Instead of wallowing in the loss of one individual, use this as a moment. Never let the strong trample on the weak again. That's the purpose of being a Kage, after all. Protecting your family. You didn't fail last night. I did, Hiruzen said softly. Naruto looked at Hiruzen, and the old man knelt down and put his hand on the boy's head. It is in these moments that we shinobi come to understand the complexity of being killers and are forced to decide who we are in this cruel world. This is light work compared to what is to come, and I need you to be ready. Use this moment to find your way, your ninja way. Naruto nodded and looked down. Another thing, am I secretly the Nine Tails? Hiruzen's head tilted up and his eyes widened. Of course, Mizuki's comments. Damn that fiend. Hiruzen shook his head. No, we'll talk about that in private, but I assure you, you're not the Nine Tails. Naruto scowled. I can't shake this bad feeling, though. Am I the Nine Tails' offspring? Was my mom Dash?